Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to Efecs 2020. My name is Charlotte van Veldhoven from Charlie Speaks, and it is a great pleasure to guide you through the program both today and tomorrow. And yes, we do have a lot in store for you with a great lineup of speakers from both the governmental level and the industry level. But also we're very happy that apart from this session and many plenary sessions, we will have an exhibition with about 95 exhibitors. There will be project proposal pitches. So yes, we have a lot in store for you. And this event could not have been made possible without the tremendous effort of a couple of organizations. And those are ARTEMIS, AENEAS, EPoSS, the European Commission, the Joint Undertaking ECSEL, but also the support of EUREKA, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the German Council Presidency were very, very important to be able to put this agenda together for today and tomorrow. So ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure that the program will run smoothly today, I'd like to run you through a couple of practicalities. Well, first of all, this event will be recorded. And also, we would like to point out to you that if you would like to engage with us via social media, you can use the hashtag Efecs2020 on, for example, Twitter. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the most important point, although this is a fully digital event, we are seeking a very active engagement with you. So how are we going to do that? Throughout the event, you're more than welcome to post any questions that you might have for the speakers. We want to make this a very interactive event. So I'll get the questions in and I'm happy to take them on board. And why are we doing that? Well, the reason for that is that one of the aims of the event is to gather as much input as possible, because we are focusing on the future of the electronic components and systems industry, as well of key digital technologies, because we would like to create a leading position for Europe, and your contribution in that sense is vital. So ladies and gentlemen, the title of this event is Digital That Works for People, and I think it's a really fitting slogan, especially given the health crisis and the economic crisis we are in at this very moment. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we are switching now to the first discussion point that we're going to have with two outstanding speakers from the ECS community. And I would like to introduce to you to both Sabina Herlichka and to Jean-Luc da Paola Galloni. And I'd like to start with Ms. Herlichka, because she's the Chief Executive Officer of Infineon Technologies Austria since 2014, but she's been with the company already since 2011. Moreover, since 2020, Ms. Herlichka is Vice President of the Federation of Austrian Industries and Chairwoman of the Supervisory Board of the University of Applied Sciences, Carinthia. Her professional career includes industrial biotechnology research, international cooperation, and financing in research, technology, and innovation. Until 2011, she headed the European and International Program section of the Austrian Research Promotion Agency and was responsible for the operational implementation of, for example, the 7th Research Framework Program of the European Union. Then I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Paolo Galloni, and he is the Group Corporate Vice President, Sustainable Development and External Affairs at Valeo since 2010. He was previously advisor to the CEO of Gaz de France and has research experience in the field of defense, international relations and strategic affairs. In 2018, he was elected president of ARTEMIS, the European association representing the embedded systems industry and research actors in the ECSEL Joint Undertaking. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm really happy to be able to start this discussion with those two people. And the first question that I would like to pose is... Blah, 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 blah.
Ik mezelf unmuten natuurlijk. Ja,
Ja.
Dat is super interessant. En dan gaat het keigoed. En staan de tekst goed? Werkt het allemaal? Denk
Goed.
wel.
Ik vraag me alleen af, want ik zie mijzelf wel met de tafel met mijn papier en zo.
Ja, dat is alleen op de Skype.
Oh, dat is alleen op de Skype. Oh, oké. Ja, prima.
De mensen zien jou via die camera en jij ziet...
Ja, dat is het,
En
ja.
daarboven is het.
Ja.
Is er wel vragen of ik jou hoor?
Dat is het. Ik snap het.
Ja.
Ja, hij doet het.
Ik ben Asme. het verleden even contact gehad.
Jongens,
Goeiedag.
even snel
Hallo.
de overgang naar Zoom. We willen alleen heel
Ja,
even
tuurlijk.
dat zij de volgende aankondigt en dat zij even naar de andere gaat. Nu zelf even, dus dan zeg jij einde sessie.
Oké, dus ik zeg gewoon even Iris. Ik pak de laatste zin zeg maar van de opening en dan zeg ik dat ik dat wil je dat ik doe en dat ik dan Sabine en
wrap-up moet ik
ja. Ja.
Dus eigenlijk als jij zegt super bedankt Jean-Luc en Sabine.
Ja.
En dat jij de volgende gaat aankondigen. Op dat moment gaat zij hier op het scherm naar over naar Skype. Dat moeten we even oefenen.
Oké.
Jongens, even
We hebben nog 5
afmaken.
minuten. Ik moet over Skype oefenen en kijken of je er dan niet uitknalt.
Ja, precies. Dus we gaan even over. Dus Charlotte gaat verder en we gaan even over naar...
Alsof we dus Wolf-Dieter Lucas gaan introduceren.
Ja.
Ja.
Jij gaat nu gewoon over.
Zeg maar, tel maar weer af Iris.
Ja,
Net zo
nu
makkelijk.
ga je eerst eventjes het samenvatten van Jean-Luc.
Ja, ja.
Ja, je kan beginnen.
Okay. So thank you so much, Ms. Herlichka and Mr. Gianluca Paoli Galloni. It was lovely having you, and I think what we have discussed here is definitely we should think about our position as Europe, the importing and leading position of the ECS and KDT community. But for that, a couple of things are key, such as education. We should focus on innovation, but not start at the basic level, but really push through that at every level we will be a top player. So thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're switching to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Wolf-Dieter Lucas, who has been the State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Education and Research since September 2019. Germany, as you might know, is currently for another month holding the presidency of the Council of the EU. And it is a great pleasure having you. I would say, Mr. Lucas, the floor is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Efecs 2020. My name is Charlotte van Veldhoven from Charlie Speaks, and it is a great pleasure to guide you through the program both today and tomorrow. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a lot in store for you. We've got plenary sessions, we have an exhibition with at least 95 exhibitors, there will be project proposal pitches, but also award sessions. A lot in store for you indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, this event could not have been made possible without the tremendous efforts of a couple of organizations, and those are ARTEMIS, AENEAS, EPoSS, but also the Joint Undertaking ECSEL, the European Commission with the kind support of EUREKA, the German Federal Ministry for Education and Research, and also the German Council Presidency. So dear audience, before we really get started, I would like to run you through a couple of practicalities. Well, you're more than welcome to engage with us also via social media, and there we would like to ask you to use the hashtag Efecs 2020. Also, the event will be recorded, and what is very important that I would like to point out to you, that although this is a fully digital event, that doesn't mean that you cannot interact with us. On the contrary, we are seeking your very active engagement. So you're more than welcome to use the chat to post any questions that you might have, and I'm very happy to take them on board during the several sessions that we are going to organize today. Because, ladies and gentlemen, one aim of this event is to gather your input. There will be a new agenda for the electronic components and systems industry and for key digital technologies for the future to put Europe in a leading position. So we cannot do it without you. And I can tell you we have more than 800 registered participants. So I'm sure that we will be able to gather your input in a very successful way. Ladies and gentlemen, the title of this event is Digital That Works for People. And I think this is particularly fitting given the health crisis we're facing, but also the economic crisis. And therefore, that is a title I would also like to discuss with two renowned people that I am going to introduce to you right now, because we are discussing a bit the event itself, Efecs, the digital sovereignty, the focus on the ECS and the KDTs. And the two people I would like to introduce to you are Sabina Herlichka and Jean-Luc De Paolo Galloni. So Sabina is the CEO and CTO of Infineon Technologies Austria since 2014, but she's already been with the company since 2011. Moreover, since 2020, Ms. Herlichka is Vice President of the Federation of Austrian Industries and Chairwoman of the Supervisory Board of the University of Applied Sciences, Carinthia. Her professional career includes biotechnology research, international cooperation and financing in research technology and innovation. And until 2011, she headed the European International Programs Department of the Austrian Research Promotion Agency and was responsible for the operational implementation of, for example, the 7th Framework Program for the European Union. And then Mr. Jean-Luc Di Paolo Galloni is Group Corporate Vice President, Sustainable Development and External Affairs at Valeo since 2010. Previously, he was an advisor to the CEO of Gaz de France and has research experience in the field of defense, international relations and strategic affairs. And in 2018, he was also elected as the president of the ARTEMIS Industry Association, the European Association that systems, industry and research actors in the ECSEL Joint Undertaking. I'm sure you all know this organization by now very well. So once again, Sabina, Jean-Luc, I'm very, very happy to have you here. And perhaps I'd like to open up the discussion with you with a first question coming back to that theme of today and tomorrow, technology that works for people, our digital future. So Sabina, may I ask you first to comment on that? What does that slogan mean to you, technology that works for people?
Yes, good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome also from my side. Well, to answer the question in a very pragmatic way, think back 1 year, could we have been able to imagine to hold this Efecs conference fully digitally? I mean, Yeah, we most likely we would have explained ourselves how difficult it is. Uh, um, of course, how much we appreciate the personal exchange, but also in terms of imagination, most probably we could not have imagined to do that in a fully digital format and still being able to exchange. So I think by this example, every one of us feels that particularly now, in the course of the pandemic and the second wave, digitalization has arrived at everyone's life very personally, and even for us in a professional context, and even for us as the electronics components and systems community, we experience how much better we can cope with our means that we have, that we also represent as a community. Most likely we are able to approach many more people in the context of this event, and will be able to accelerate even more the exchange. So yes, technology that works for people and very pragmatically in all areas of our society, and that can be the accelerator then for taking the next big steps forward.
Okay, thank you very much. So digitalization really as an accelerator, you have a broader reach, and indeed people have become even more creative. So in that sense, it is very promising. I'd like to ask you as well, Mr. Paolo Galloni, what is your vision on that, technology that works for people?
Yeah, I fully agree. And again, also a very warm welcome from my side and from the private members board of the current ECSEL, and thanks for this invitation. I fully agree with what Sabine just said. I think that the current context is giving us a sense of humbling of what we had to cope with. But on the other hand, I think we are really truly experiencing a very interesting acceleration of what the digital can bring to our lives in terms of solution. And I think that the electronic component and systems community and ecosystem is really showing, first of all, a certain level of resilience. Is showing also, and we need to, I would say, face what are certain limits and certain compromise we need to make. But on the other hand, some very interesting challenges and opportunities that are ahead of us. And if I would say, give a few examples for the people in the overall value chain, and particularly on the application side, which is obviously, as president of ARTEMIS, I would say my most known perimeter. Indeed, you see that in the field, first of all, of health and on detection and on prevention, we have put forward very interesting solutions to fight this terrible pandemic, and also to bring some solutions of recovery during, I would say, the whole care system of the patients. On the other hand, if you check also other application in smart living at home for, detection of, many problems to fight against isolation of vulnerable people, we had displayed many solutions on that. And last but not least, look at what is being deployed thanks to the ECS in mobility, in making mobility in cars, in trucks, in buses, much more autonomous, much more digitally advanced. And this is many, many, many thanks to the ECS overall value chain, from the chips, from the simple components, up to the systems that are on board.
Okay, thanks a lot. And also for giving some concrete examples where we actually have reaped the benefits now of digitalization within given areas such as health, smart living, but also mobility. But I do have another question, because the pandemic, it is a real pandemic, which means that there is a lot of global competition as well. Are you worried about this global competition? Because, for example, China is making a lot of investments within the ECS business, and Europe now wants to invest additionally as well. But is this enough, or do we need to make more investments to stay ahead of competition? Perhaps, Sabine, you can answer that question.
Yeah, I think the pandemic is as painful as it is, it also helps to focus. The pandemic shows what's really important to us, and it magnifies our weaknesses and potentials. So in the sense of digitalization, as mentioned, this is certainly an acceleration. On the other hand, I think it also demonstrates that, let's say, our digital sovereignty is clearly an issue. All of us, we depend on well-established digital platforms, again, to take a very obvious example. But we don't have too many European platforms of that type. So we generate data that we in Europe, we typically don't take advantage of. So this, again, is an issue which we have to foster, and the pandemic demonstrates that we have to particularly look at those issues. Our key enabling technologies, our sovereignty in technology, but our digital sovereignty in particular, how we deal with data. And yes, global competition is tough in this field. We have noticed that for a long time, and now is really the time to take action. On the one hand, as underlined by the pandemic, but on the other hand, because we have the opportunity to create our new framework at this point. We are we prepare for Horizon Europe. We prepare for the follow-up of ECSEL, the key digital technologies, and now is the time to put our heads together, and have done so already. Now we have the opportunity to shape it. And just to give you a dimension, China has just finalized the discussions on its next 5 years plan. And of course, they put exactly the right topics in the focus. Our key enabling technologies, the electronics sector, microelectronics in particular. These are core areas. China invests some 150 million. It isn't even really important what currency, euros or dollars, a lot of money, for instance, in setting up an own semiconductor industry.
Yeah.
Competition is tough.
Yeah.
We are at the right point in time to take bold decisions and implement forcefully.
Exactly. And it is an awful lot of money. You're absolutely right there. And what you pointed out as well is that there's a lack of digital platforms that really come from Europe. They come from outside. That's something that we can build up. But, and that's also a question for Mr. Di Paolo Galloni, is, Sabine talked briefly already about Horizon Europe. There will be a push for key digital technologies. But I think we're done with like scratching the surface, right? If we really want to make a difference, we shouldn't fund on the basic level, but really go more into detail. What's your vision on that? What should we fund? What are we looking for?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I listen and I agree with what Sabine just mentioned. And I think that this moment is clearly a wake-up call for our continent. First of all, as I said it in my very first point, it's good to be also cautious on what clearly out of this concept of sovereignty, I would personally prefer naming it a sort of digital autonomy that we can fight for our continent, because many of I would say, the users of the ECS value chain are international, have markets also outside of Europe. What is very important is really to robustify, to solidify the value chain that we can have from the very first pillars, from nano micro up to smart systems and embedded and intelligent systems in our continent. So to me, one of the interesting aspects and angles to review the overall ECS ecosystem is to help everybody at each layer of the ecosystem and the value chain of where we are winners. That is to say, to integrate well, and I am doing it personally with Sabine. This is why it's both a very clear credo, is to get this vision with the techno push of what the innovations coming from ECS can bring as a value. What is European inside? This is what we need to fight for in order to, I would say, protect. And we have many examples of innovation where we're still ahead in many, many areas of embedded and intelligent systems, whether it is on applications in health, in mobility, in smart living, in smart manufacturing, where at the end of the day, Europe can still play a role. On the other hand, of course, we also need to play with the right rules. And I think that Europe has a very interesting opportunity to smartly protect. That doesn't mean close, but smartly protect our standards in terms of data protection, of GDPR, and last but not least, the carbon neutrality that goes so much along with the Green Deal. That is to say that we shall not import products in the digital that are not respecting the environmental, I would say, schemes that we want to have for our continent. And this is also through trade that we can protect the ECS ecosystem.
Okay, thanks a lot for this contribution. Very helpful. So we need a kind of integration. We are still ahead in certain areas, so we should keep that position, but still stay true to what Europe values and what its norms are, is to be open, but in a sense also a bit protective, but in the European way with the standards and the GDPR and all these kind of things that we value most. Perhaps another question to Sabine. We had a previous discussion already, and you said, well, these plans are all very nice, but education, I mean, without education, those plans will not take off. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, education is key. Education is key for everything. And in particular, for us in Europe, we have been talking about the knowledge-based society and economy, and education is key for that. How can we differentiate within this global competition, if not through the best ideas, through the most creative innovations successfully placed on the market? And education is key for that. And education in at least two ways. On the one hand, using digitalization, not just to learn and teach with tablets, but to really further develop the content of what we teach to younger people. The enthusiasm for technology, science and technology, for instance. Here, digitalization can present the content in a much more appealing way to come up with, let's say, adequate and timely formats that can really revolutionize the way how we educate people. Well, and then of course the how to involve women in science and technology, and in particular technology. Also here we really have to focus. There was so much that has happened already, but we have to get better here, and education can help in this endeavor. And of course, and I also want to mention that a few weeks ago, the Pact for Skills has been launched. And I think that's also a very good development. Again, putting digital into the focus of this future education initiative where everyone, all actors come together to promote that.
Exactly, and this fits into the story that you both told us, that we see this acceleration of digitalization, so education needs to suitably fit this acceleration process. So thanks for that. Well, unfortunately, we have almost come to the end, and there's a final question I would like to ask to both of you. And I'd like to ask you to pick one of two words which suits you best. I'd start with Jean-Luc. Would you choose European digital sovereignty or a global open approach?
I think I answered to you that I would say a European better digital autonomy, if you allow me to go in between.
Yeah, this is a very creative solution. Thank you very much. Sabine.
I pick one word, which is and. European digital sovereignty and global open approach.
Okay, thank you.
That's another way of putting it.
Very good. I would like to thank you so much for your contribution. I really appreciate it. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, the points were very clear. We are facing an acceleration of digitalization, especially in these times, and we should definitely bear the fruits of that. And for that, we are still very much ahead in a couple of areas. We can step up our efforts in other areas. Funding is needed for that. A lot of cooperation, of course, at the bottom level. Education is key to push forward with these topics. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now switch to the next speaker I'd like to introduce to you, and that is Wolf-Dieter Lucas, who has been the State Secretary at the German Federal Ministry for Education and Research since September 2019. And as you might know, Germany is currently for another month holding the presidency of the Council of the EU. And I would like to say, Mr. Lucas, the floor is yours.
ECSEL and EUREKA are bringing us together here, and I'm very glad that most of the JESI countries remain strong partners and that many others have joined, including most EU members and several associated countries. However, ECSEL is much more than a research funding mechanism. It is a platform where the European states and the Union team up, create coherence between their respective research and innovation policies. So with this coherence, ECSEL, and before it ENIAC, paved the way to the first IPCI on microelectronics. This is the bridge across the valley of Death, from R&D to investments, creating European jobs and growth. There are now IPCIs, plural, underway in other areas, in particular batteries and hydrogen, following the example to set by this community. We were the first establishing an IPCI. My message on behalf of the presidency: we should do our best to maintain the tripartite partnership model. It is the basis for leveraging our national electronics research policies through European coherence. I will come back to that point later. Ladies and gentlemen, microelectronics and other key enabling technologies have evolved rapidly since the 80s, since the ESC time. Europe has grown to significant strengths in certain areas of microelectronics. We have been successful. We are strong in more than more fields, in sensors and in power electronics. We are still in the more game as the world's only provider of EUV lithography. We have strengthened not only the technology side, but also our value chain. Europe is an industrial base that puts electronics to good use. Even we do not have the internet giants, we have the things, the electronic of things, the Internet of Things. On the other hand, Europe is behind in certain areas. No cutting-edge processor or memory fabs, no maker of standard computers or smartphones. We used to be leading in telecommunication. I remember when I gave always this speech and say Europe is #1 in telecommunication. Good old times. I cannot say this now. We are followers now. However, 5G and 6G will define the Internet of the future. We have to be able to shape the underlying technologies and protocols. More generally, we need the knowledge to understand all the electronics that we employ. We need to be able to design critical components ourselves and ideally to manufacture them. The key to our future strengths is the same as our current strength: European cooperation. European cooperation. Through the initiative and strategies that we create in public-private partnership, ultimately between you as researchers and developers of cutting-edge electronics, both from academia and industry. European countries can be global players only through the combined knowledge of the European research area and the buying and regulatory power of the interior market. Ladies and gentlemen, support to European cooperation has been at the center of Germany's first microelectronics research program. We launched in 2016 and runs until the end of this year. It's my great pleasure to announce that the federal government has just adopted a successor program. It continues this approach. We named it Microelectronics, Trustworthy and Sustainable for Germany and Europe. Through it, we are providing 400 million euros for R&D funding from the Research Ministry's budget over the program period of 4 years. With this new program, we of course continue building on our strengths that remain virtual. In particular, chip and system design, sensor technology for autonomous driving, and smart manufacturing, high-frequency electronics for 5 and 6G, as well as for radar sensors and power electronics for future smart grids and applicants. But we do not just want to do more of the same. We want to provide incentives to take new risks and innovate in those areas where we need to grow new strengths. This notably includes special purpose processors for AI applications and edge computing. Commission President Ursula von der Leyen also explicitly called for this in her State of the Union speech in September. I quote, "We want the European industry to develop our own next generation microprocessor that will allow us to use the increasing data volumes energy efficient and securely." End of quote. That's the policy of the European Commission. That's the policy of the European Union. I think this gave us great support from the President of the Commission. However, safety critical applications such as smart manufacturing and smart mobility grow in importance. We need to be able to show that the electronics we make and use is trustworthy. In other words, that we know and can show exactly what it does as well as what it does not do. Finally, with the word sustainable in the program title, we are stressing that electronics needs to be part of the solution for climate change. The overarching policy goals are climate protection and technology sovereignty. What do we mean by technology sovereignty? Our citizens' trust in digitalization, our economy, success, and even our national sovereignty today depends both on access to and on knowledge about cutting-edge electronics. Unilateral technology dependence can quickly turn into geopolitical risks. The effects of disrupted supply chains have been very visible in the pandemic at the beginning. Our response is not isolation, but the capability to understand and shape electronics and other key digital technology by creating and maintaining the knowledge and skills we need for worldwide cooperation at high level, driven by innovation and following free market principles, by supporting research and development, by giving our researchers the infrastructure they need, and by fostering cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, electronics components and systems play a role for climate protection. I see multiple opportunities for European leadership. Firstly, the energy efficient electronics such as tailor-made processors. Secondly, through more intelligent system architectures than cloud computers. There's something better than cloud computing, such as edge computing, processing of sensor data. Thirdly, by employing new paradigm, such as neuromorphic computing or other unconventional approaches. Our new program shows, as a government, we are willing to continue this strong support for microelectronics. Now, it is your move on the industry side. By investing further into the European turnaround, by making trustworthy and sustainable components and systems. If you do so, I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to support German participation in the new initiative K Digital Electronics and a further IPCI on microelectronics. Our partner countries too want to continue in the same spirit of strategic cooperation and co-financing that has made ECSEL so successful and powerful. While we would like to make participation simpler for researchers, simpler for researchers in industry and academia, in particular, simpler for the SMEs. The Commission's initial proposal for a central financial management actually would create serious hurdles for states to participate. I think unnecessary so. We will be happy to work with the Commission to remove these hurdles so that we can once more unite our efforts in a strategic partnership on key digital technologies. I would like to say also, of course, we have to move, everybody has to move, every state and the European Commission, to, I think the goal to make it simple is the right goal. And I think we cannot have, we cannot stay with all our national regulations. We have to find common regulations. And of course, the Commission plays here an important role. But please, just go into the discussion with the member state. I'm sure we will find a solution which really helps to make ECSEL and the processes of ECSEL more efficient. Before I close, a word of thanks. While it is easier to attend this conference virtually, it is harder for everyone behind the scenes to get the right speakers on screen at the right time, to deal with the slight imperfections in today's web conference tools. So I would like to extend a big special thank you to the organizing team for bringing us together, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is up to all of you to create these concrete achievements in electronics components and systems. I hope that you find inspiration for such achievements here at the Efecs 2020, as well as the networks and contexts that you need to turn inspiration into reality. I hope that we meet soon again, without Corona, in a stronger Europe, with stronger microelectronics, and still in the way of cooperation we have started several decades before. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas, for your very kind and interesting contribution. And ladies and gentlemen, due to a small loss of connection and sound, I would like to do a small recap, because I think what's very important, what Mr. Lucas said at the beginning, is that he has a broad background in microelectronic policies, and I think the ECS community for sure has one of its greatest supporters in Mr. Lucas to push forward. Just in summary, I would say is that Mr. Lucas definitely pointed out that Europe is already really well advanced, but in other areas we need to step up efforts, and then we need to be bold, we need to be able to take risks and to innovate, especially when it comes to special purpose processors for AI applications, but also edge processors, which are much needed. And on top of that, ECS community has a role to play in climate change. That's something that we will tackle also tomorrow. Tech sovereignty is something that we'll tackle for sure also in the panel discussion taking place after the break later today. And common regulation, so not trying to solve things just as one member state, but as Europe as a whole. So thanks once again for your kind words. And ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to switch to the next speaker. And the next speaker is Roberto Viola, who is the Director General of DG Connect, the Director General of Communication, Network, Content and Technology at the European Commission. He was also the Deputy DG of DG Connect from 2012 to 2015. So he has ample of experience. Mr. Viola, we're very happy to have you. And I would say the floor is yours.
Is that digital technologies are the only in some cases, the only possibility to keep our society, our economy going, are a little bit, in these days, the glue of our society and our economy. And this, of course, we knew. And every time there was a debate about the future of Europe, one or the other speaker would have evoked the importance of digital. But there was a bit of a doubt whether it was a kind of rhetoric speech or really people meant it. When it comes to the European Commission, our President Ursula von der Leyen really means it. When she has based the future of Europe in two transformative, it's a generation-long project, the transformation of Europe, and is based on green and digital transformation. And she made very clear in her State of the Union address that one of the elements that make the digital transformation of Europe to be a reality is a powerful community when it comes to microelectronics. This approach and the way of presenting our digital future was totally shared in October by the EU leaders at the European Council, that in the Council conclusion pointed at microelectronics. It pointed in particular at advanced processors, AI processors, as one of the most important things that Europe should do to secure the digital future. And why this is so important? One could say, what is the problem? I mean, Europe can, nicely sleep as a sleeping beauty, and then can wake up, go on the website and buy this processor around the world. I think this would be a tragedy, frankly. When we speak about technology autonomy, the meaning should not be we want to create a fortress Europe. I think the meaning is in this digital future, and we know now for certain our future will be digital and green, we need to be responsible, we need to be empowered to take our own decision, to defend our democratic values, to defend our privacy, to defend the quality of our intellectual production, and to defend the way, we work and live together. It is maybe defend is not the right word, to really be sure that we can do that. And you might wonder, what is the link with microelectronics? Well, the link is profound. Because if you don't master the basics of the new AI-driven applications, if you don't master, the heart of edge computing, if you don't master the techniques and the instruments that allow data processing, I think you will be not the master of your future. We cannot rely on the willingness of trading partners, sometime friendly. Time could come, they could become less friendly. We cannot leave and link our future to the destinies of what's going on in the world. The role of Europe in the world, it's more and more assertive, it's more and more a role of leadership when it comes to fundamental rights, to value, but to defend this role and to be able to sit at the table with the other important partners, you need to have your homework done. And microelectronics is part of this homework. And you, as the community, have demonstrated that you can do wonders. You can work together. We have had the wonderful experience of member states joining in and supporting through an IPCI, the first IPCI approved by the European Commission, through a joint undertaking. So an excellent track record that looks at the future. Now, the future, frankly, is a bit more complicated than the past. The future, it's about, as I said, using data, using algorithms, and bringing data and algorithms to companies, to users, to pupils in the schools, to people working in every single sector. And that's the idea behind the distributed computing. That's the idea behind, that edge should be at the edge, allow me to play with words, at the edge of a road, or even inside a car, or should be in every medical device. You have an intelligent and powerful electronics. That's the game. This is a complex and challenging technological game. I don't need to explain to you which kind of techniques we have to master. We have to look at really very, very challenging architectures. When whatever application you take, those, the electronics must be low power, because of course you need to spare either because, you have, for instance, connected car, so you need to spare the power of the car, or, an autonomous device, but also because there's a clear link, as also State Secretary said, with the greening of the planet. When you take the high-end servers, for instance, as an example, the supercomputers or the middle range, we want to make sure that those machines of the future are also environmental friendly. So those solutions do not exist very clearly, but there's a race out there. There's a race in every part of the world to get to a very efficient, fast, possibly general purpose processor, or to specialized processor in the area of graphics. Of course, you have seen what's going on in terms of industry consolidation, in terms of announcement, in terms of companies that a few years ago didn't value that much, were valued not that much, and now they are, bought out in terms of price with something which you could consider a fortune. So that just shows the importance of having a very healthy microelectronics sector. So we will be, in the European Commission, looking at this sector, support it, but asking that you go at the edge of what is possible, even beyond what is possible. We will win out this battle if Europe can deliver the best possible solution for AI and edge in terms of processing. And we want to support the R&D. We want to be also the customers of this R&D. We have mounted the largest ever supercomputing program of the world. Millions and millions of processors could feed the supercomputers of the European supercomputers of the future. We have many government-led applications that can also be the test market. We want the automotive industry to join in. We want the medical industry to join in. So we will try not only to bring the necessary support for R&D funding together with the member states, but also we will look how use cases, industries, which are the ultimate users, can join in a collective effort. The effort is huge. We estimated that the need of the microelectronics sector in Europe exceeds 30 or 40 billion euros if we want to really win this battle, to be in the race. There's no battle. We are friendly and peaceful people as Europeans. One of the fundamental elements is the combination of national, European funding, private funding. This magic blending is the success of the present ECSEL approach, of the present IPCI, and we want to continue. And there we have something extraordinary, which is coming in, which is the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Recovery Fund. It's a once-in-a-lifetime effort of the European member states together with the Commission. The Commission will go on the market and will borrow money for sustaining the recovery of Europe. We are talking about 700 billion euros, a bit less, 672 to be precise. And legally, 20% has to go to the digital recovery. 20% means 150 billion euros, 140 or I mean, whatever the mathematics tell you, but it's a huge number. Just to give you an order of magnitude, it's 70 years of EU budget. If you consider more or less, I mean, we have been spending in the last framework program, 15 billion on digital. Then you talk about 10 framework programs. As you know, this framework program of the Union is 7 years, so it's 70 years of budget. It's an unprecedented, as I said, once in a lifetime opportunity. We see and we want microelectronics to be one of the pillars of the recovery resilience facility and in particular the recovery fund. We want member states to invest in their recovery plan in microelectronics and in particular in advanced processors that would mark the breakthrough in AI and edge computing. We want all of the community that you represent to join in. We want member states to join in, and we are very happy that the German presidency, as you heard, supports it, and we will quickly try to join forces. Join forces also with the European programs. In particular, I mean, the new joint undertaking under the Horizon program, that could be one of the vehicles to federate the effort, together with the idea of launching a new IPCI, really looking at the future. So I would say this conference is very timely. I also want to thank wholeheartedly the organizers for the effort, and thank you. And I think this is really high time that this discussion takes place, because what we have collectively to do in the near future, it's a gigantic task, not an impossible, but very challenging task. But now, I must say, the good news is that we have the means to do that. So now we really need to join forces, and I'm sure you will be actually responding enthusiastically to this call. Many thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. V. Words and contribution, and indeed also pointing out a little bit what the Commission stands for, and that it says that we have to do this, we have to support the microelectronics community, not just at the European level, but it's a real interplay between the European level, the national level, and also the industrial and the academia level. So thanks for that a lot. And indeed, a lot of investments are needed, but it is possible if we work together. But for that, Europe also, as you kindly said, needs to be at the edge of the edge. I really like this display with words. You put it there very clearly. And I think also the willingness is there. You kind of referred also to the Council conclusions of the Competitiveness Council, where again it was underlined the importance of strategic value chain, and where microelectronics has also been taken up as a component which should be pushed further. So thanks once again for this contribution. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now switching to the next speaker of this morning session, and that will be Ulrich Schuh, and he is the head of European and International Programs at the Austrian Research and Promotion Agency, FFG, and also chair of the Austrian EUREKA Chairmanship running from mid-2020 until mid-21. Since the 1st of July, he's also part of the EUREKA Association in Brussels, and currently is head of the EUREKA Secretariat at Interim. So Mr. Schuh, I would be very happy to give you the floor, and we're really looking forward to your contribution.
to Mrs. Herlichka, to Mr. Paolo Galloni, also dear Mr. State Secretary, Mr. Director General, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome also from my side, from the side of EUREKA. It's for me a pleasure and an honor to be with you today, joining and contributing to this Efecs event. We have lived now through 12 months of coronavirus pandemic. For 4 years, we have experienced challenging relations with our friends across the Atlantic. And we know from 35 years of collaboration between EUREKA, European Community and industry, that reliable partners and partnerships based on respect and trust are crucial. Safety for our health, for our economies, for our welfare. Therefore, and you know, with 47 EUREKA countries from Canada to South Africa, from Korea to Argentina, and very soon Singapore, EUREKA now is a truly global organization. I would like to address these global aspects in my keynote speech today, which is entitled Partnerships Beyond an European Horizon, Systems and Components. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing transitions, a transition in US politics, a transition in the configuration of the European Union, a transition from the current multi-annual framework to the next, and even transitions within our EUREKA network. And I will elaborate on this for a few minutes. Let me start. Sorry. Let me start with some words on partnerships. Partnerships are joint activities between and from partners at equal level to reach common goals, even in difficult times. Currently, the ECSEL successor, the KDT partnership, is under negotiation. Euro-HPC and, in EUREKA's scope, the co-funded partnership of innovative SMEs, or put simply Eurostars, is in preparation. Dear Mr. Viola, we are facing similar issues: central financial management, Common Horizon Europe rules, ranking list, funding, Single Basic Act, model grant agreement respectively, to name just a few items. It's good to know that we have reliable partners in our countries and in the European Commission. And of course, it's reciprocal. EUREKA remains a strong partner for you too. And it is also, of course, about budget. It is not necessarily new instruments like the EIC or interesting instruments like the EIT that need more money. It's especially our SMEs in Europe, because they guarantee innovation, future-proof competitiveness and welfare. Mr. State Secretary, European SMEs count on you. It is the role of the German Council presidency to steer the distribution of budget. We need additional means for the European innovative ecosystem, mainly for our SMEs. Our start EUREKA countries are ready to invest some €1 billion in the next Eurostars, averaging the same amount from industry. We only ask the European Commission for €300 million of support. That's only 15% of total investments. And I will not mention the ratio in tripartite partnerships here. 2 weeks ago, we learned that there will be additional budget available for Horizon Europe. An agreement between Council and Parliament was nearly reached. Let's presume that there will be additional €4 billion compared to the current plans of DG RTD. So European SMEs only need a very marginal fraction of this amount. I very much hope that there will be an agreement on the next MFF soon. Ladies and gentlemen, there are challenges larger than the horizon. There is climate change, pollution of our environment, steel, green hydrogen, and of course, unfortunately, the coronavirus. We need collaborative research at the global scale, and that's what EUREKA exactly is. EUREKA is the world's biggest network for R&D and innovation. EUREKA provides a stable legal framework for market-oriented research activities and fast and flexible processes. EUREKA is the structure that not only allows, but enables both governments, public funding bodies and industry to address today's most pressing issues, top-down and bottom-up. For an example, already in April and May this year, our Canadian partners initiated 2 calls for projects addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. And a number of countries allocated substantial amounts of money to these calls, and also Germany was a very prominent partner. But EUREKA is not only about collaborative research at a global scale, it is also addressing topics of utmost importance for Europe's competitiveness. We are fully aware of our history, and that is microelectronics. We need digital autonomy for Europe, and we must protect our crown jewels. As you know, the role model for ongoing and upcoming partnerships in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe was the EUREKA program. JESSI, a predecessor of EUREKA clusters like PENTA, ITEA, or Celtic. EUREKA trained the Commission well. We continue to develop the EUREKA approach now. New programs will be launched, our global outreach will be extended, and new forms of cooperation will be introduced. This dynamism is reflected in the slogan of the Austrian chairmanship, New EUREKA. It is also the title of our new strategic roadmap for the period 2021 to 2027. Members and stakeholders of the EUREKA network benefit from some unique characteristics in the organization of their cooperation. And these special elements are decentralized management, variable geometry, and the famous bottom-up principle. First, decentralized management. As a rule, EUREKA uses national funding agencies and national rules for implementing cooperative innovation projects. It uses and provides access to an existing, well-functioning infrastructure for supporting innovation, but on an international and global level. This allows us to use synergies with existing national funding programs and usually implies only marginal additional implementation costs. The way EUREKA members cooperate relies on a high degree of coordination in a flexible setting. Furthermore, this way of cooperation allows learning from different approaches and forms of organization. In this respect, the EUREKA approach differs fundamentally from one that relies on the principles of centralization and harmonization of rules. Second aspect, variable geometry. As a rule, cooperation within EUREKA requires a minimum of 2 different organizations coming from 2 different EUREKA countries. EUREKA is present in 47 countries worldwide, and beyond that, we are open for cooperation with nearly every country through our Global Stars program. But the critical mass to start a project cooperation is extremely low. This results in a high degree of flexibility and in the ability to easily experiment, test, and establish new programs and services. Again, the way EUREKA deals with cooperation differs fundamentally from an approach that foresees programs and services that are comprehensive, deep, and wide in their inclusion of partners. And finally, and third, our bottom-up principle. As a rule, EUREKA programs and services support innovative projects in all thematic, non-military fields. This allows us to react fast and flexibly to new technologies and societal and economic challenges. Once more, EUREKA's tradition of cooperation fundamentally differs from an approach that focuses on specific topics or research areas in a strict top-down framework. What we see from this, that EUREKA and the European Commission instruments are complementary. Together, we are building an ecosystem that is crucial for European competitiveness. Dear Roberto Viola, EUREKA remains a trusted, strong and reliable partner, and we are very much looking forward to our future collaboration. New EUREKA consists of 3 components. We will have new programs, most prominently the new EUREKA Clusters program. Second, we will be enlarging and deepening global cooperation with new countries joining and our Global Stars program as a strong instrument. And thirdly, by encouraging all stakeholders to increase their engagement with EUREKA and encouraging even closer cooperation and coordination. Austria has specifically a focus on the activities of countries with the Western Balkans. As I have only limited time, let me just pick a few elements of these components. Our EUREKA clusters have been organized around 7 independent communities and cluster offices. The new EUREKA cluster program will establish a highly coordinated cooperation among all existing cluster communities and will open also to new communities entering the EUREKA cluster program. A common multi-annual work plan will be developed, which will be implemented by an annual work program. We will organize synchronized thematic cores, bottom-up and top-down, in close collaboration with the public authorities and industry. As a pilot, we organized a joint core for projects on artificial intelligence across many of the technologies covered by the clusters, and this first synchronized core was a big success. Dear State Secretary Professor Lucas, shall we build on that? I'm looking forward for intensifying EUREKA activities in the field of artificial intelligence, and we already are in close contact with your colleagues. I do not know the Commission's approach for aligning activities between the upcoming 49 new partnerships in Horizon Europe, amongst them and with individual member states' activities. But we will see. I think this is called Strategic Forum or Plan for DG RTD, as I see. So let me conclude. Dear State Secretary Lucas, I know EUREKA has been close to our hearts for some or all its 35 years. You already told me in a talk last week. Mr. Director General, there is an ongoing close relationship between EUREKA and ECSEL. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. Reinhard Ploss from Infineon for taking over much responsibility and leadership in the EUREKA Clusters office. Ladies and gentlemen, the history of EUREKA is microelectronics. It is the close partnership between governments, public funding bodies, industry, and the European Commission. Let's build on that and let's continue shaping together new EUREKA based on reliability and trust. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish all the participants a stimulating and fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Much, Mr. Schuh, much appreciated. And indeed then the history of EUREKA is very much microelectronics, but as you just pointed out, it's definitely also the future because you're developing the new EUREKA strategic roadmap 2021-2027, and as you have outlined, there will be ample of opportunities for the broader community to participate in the Eurostars program, in the EUREKA Clusters program, but also the Global Stars program. And it's lovely to see with with 47 countries, then indeed you have a very global reach. So thanks once again. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we have learned this morning at least is that on the European level, on the EUREKA level, and on the national level, specifically Germany, people really warm-heartedly talk about the ECS community and that you have your role to play to get out of this crisis. And that is something that we will deepen out during the discussion taking place after the break. So I'd like to ask you right now to just enjoy your coffee, to enjoy the exhibition areas and to get in touch with people. And I'd like to ask you to be back sharply at 11:15 when we will start the panel discussion. So thank you so much already for this morning, and we'll see each other later. belde net.
Oké, ja.
Dus dan moet ik even kort aangeven, dan weten jullie dat ook. Dat als zij eruit is, dan valt ze niet uit, maar dan is ze dus bewust uit.
Oké. Ja, dus even anders even kijken of dat iets verandert van het beeld.
Ja. Oké, prima. Thanks.
Oké, ik ga even snel plassen.
Ja.
Arielle?
Go.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to have you back, and I hope you're fully energized again, because now we are going to get started with the panel discussion on the global position of Europe, the COVID-19 crisis and emerging opportunities. And for that, we have a great lineup of speakers. And what will this session be about? Well, I think a couple of announcements and speeches already this morning pointed into this direction, that the disruption of the global economy and society needs to be addressed in several ways. The ECS community has its role to play, but how to do that in the medium term and also in the longer term. And this is what we will be discussing. And we will focus in this discussion on complex value chains, but also on the digital transition and the new society. What will the new society look like? So definitely stay tuned. And how are we going to run this session, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to have 5-minute input statements by 6 speakers from the Commission, from the ministerial level, from industry, from health, and we're very happy to have them. And I would also like to ask you, dear audience, please send in your questions. We're very, very happy to take them on board and to engage you in the discussion. Well, the first person I'd like to introduce to you is Mr. Olivier Coulon, and he started his professional life in 2007 as assistant to the chief economist at ST Microelectronics. He joined Decision in 2008 as a consultant, specialized in the study of the electronic components and equipment industry. He is in particular in charge of the databases and forecasts on the electronic equipment sector, and as such has been a project leader for the latest studies carried out for the European Commission about the electronic components and systems industry. And those studies are, on the one hand, emerging technologies in electronic components and systems, run in 2019 and 2020. And on the other hand, a study on the electronics ecosystem, an overview, developments and Europe's position in the world, run in 2018 and 2019. So I don't think there is a better person, ladies and gentlemen, than Olivier Coulon to provide us with a kind of setting the scene for this panel discussion and give an overview on the global situation of the EU. So Mr. Coulon, I'd like to give the floor to you. Mr. Coulon, I'd like to give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you. I'm glad to be here to introduce. I don't know if
yes, we
the
can.
Objective to make an overview of what is the electronics industry value chain in the context of this sanitary crisis. And in this context, what's of Europe's and what are the challenges that are ahead of us. So I know the amount of time, but I'll try to size and as brief as possible, giving you the most detailed also. If we start with the traditional representation of the electronic components and systems value at Decision, the goal here, to go into detail of each figures, is just to show mainly that we need each steps and each level of the electronics value chain to create some value. Also, we need it to. What I would like to highlight on this slide is particularly the level of market services that have been created over the years, and to understand they are at the heart of digitization as a standalone electronics and the embedded electronic value chain generate around 44 trillion euros. That's an impressive figures of market services that are directly linked to digital. How we do that? It's coming from 2 sources. The first one, consumer electronics, so it's that are coming from the PCs, the smartphones that are directly created for telecom operators, for internet. They have dramatically increased over the past year, and they are a big share of this digital economy. As a second source of digital that is, let's say, more recent, but as according grown as a higher level, is that digitization coming from the industry from itself. What I mean is that share of electronics into each electronics has grown at a higher pace when it's dedicated to application for industrials, let's say industry 4.0, sorry, or electronic application for the automotive industry, electronics security industry, and the way they are becoming the real backbone of all the estimates over the past years. The growth rate dedicated to the production of embedded electronics for this application has grown than the one for standalone electronics. So the key figures that I would like to remember from this slide is that it's a key fact that has not been experienced in this industry now, is that the global output dedicated to this application, which is embedded electronics for automotive, industrial, medical, is now overcoming global output dedicated. So you've got ECS solutions, embedded electronics for solutions for a global value of more than 1,000 billion euros, and overcoming of sensors, which is a mass market, which is for PCs, telecom, and audio video. So we've got a global representation of the chain. The question is how is that evolved during, which was marked by several crises, one from a sanitary perspective, but also some trade war. And what we, if we look at the first of this value chain, materials and tools, according, but there is also consensus from all the analysts from in 2020 are very strong, and so this level should grow around 13% in spite of that are experiencing as economy today. So that's a very solid growth compared to economies that are going to be in recession this year. If we step up at the electronic component level, especially the semiconductor industry, to analysts, the growth in 2020 should be around, let's say, 6 to 8%. Of course, the year is not over, but it's also a very strong growth, showing the importance of in our modern boards are also should also experience growth in 2020 around 5%. The question is going to be the purpose and the focus of my name to evolve the standard electronics and the embedded electronics. So if we have to account once again all the context of the sanitary trade wars that are experiencing the ECS ecosystem, according to the estimates that we've carried out from last month, so that's really recent, because our basis year is 2019. The average of electronic systems should be 4.5% over the next compared to and really similar to our past coverage. And of course, some subsegments of our industry have moved due to the crisis, but we are quite confident in the ECS industry as a shock, as evolving at different pace. What you can notice by watching this slide is that globally, not to say all of them, all the applications dedicated to professional or electronics for industry, robotics, electronics for automotive, electronics for professional IT, the pace than the global worldwide average. The second point is that we got on the left side.
The Olivier would kindly like to interrupt you because you're running over time. Could you please wrap it up? Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. And you've got all the applications that are running at a slower pace on the left. The question is bad news for Europe. If you have a look at the next slide, it's particularly highlights the stations of the European electronics industry value chain, and really is that we've got some strong specialization for professional and embedded applications. It's also shows that we've got a weakness of consumer and standalone application. The point here is because we've got one of the most coherent value chain in the world according to analysis, we are facing different challenges. It's not because we are electronics for professional and embedded applications that we are not at the worldwide level. We are already facing competitions from China and the globally at the same levels than us in terms of electronics. So not because we are very good that we are the best. We are at other main regions. The second point would be the second. We are facing some is driven by new technologies that we must be embraced by the European ECS value chain. And we are talking about better connectivity, high-speed connectivity, etc., where some strengths and some weaknesses. Just one last slide to conclude my presentation, because I'm
really asking
already
to wrap it up because we're really running over time. Yes. Thank you so much.
Covering the impact of trade wars on the industry. So it's a point that is dealing with our strategic autonomy in terms of production of microelectronics. And as you know, the trade war that has been engaged between the US and China caused damage of this trade war on our models and what we have assessed of impact on the microelectronics industry in Europe. We can show that with the current US sanctions against, we should benefit from the normal growth of free. However, with the current US sanction, we are already losing in terms of the global level of the European ecosystem around 6 billion euros, and it could go up to more than 11 billion euros if additional sanctions happen in 2021. So just to highlight that COVID is a point and trade wars are also another one, and that would be for your attention, and sorry for being a little bit more longer than expected.
Thanks. contribution, and also making very clear to us that indeed ECS is the backbone of many value chains, and it's very promising to hear that although in many domains and areas we see a declining growth, that at least within the ECS there will be an increasing growth, still 6 to 8% in 2020. So thanks for having set the scene. I'd like to introduce to you the next speaker, and that is Lucila Scioli from the European Commission. She's the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Industry and responsible for the coordination of the European Digitization of Industry strategy and for policy development in the area of AI. And the Directorate also supports research, development and innovation in key digital industrial technologies, including microelectronics, photonics, robotics and AI. Ms. Scioli, I know that you have to leave at 12 o'clock due to an urgent meeting. Not a problem at all. We're really happy to have you here, and I'd like to say the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I think the scene has been set very well by Olivier. All I can start reminding about is that we are, thanks to this new commission, we are in a new political cycle. I think it was remembered before that this commission has put a greener economy and a more digitized economy as real priorities for this term. And then what the pandemic has done in a way has been to accelerate the digitization of the economy, because of course, as we all know, during the lockdown, as it is also now in Belgium, for example, we all rely on digital technologies to be able to work from home. So I think that we are nowadays talking about ECS, and we're talking about embedded systems in a moment which has already been described before, where the economy is transforming. It's transforming obviously because of COVID, but it is also transforming because of data. And this transformation of data, which comes also with a transition almost from the central cloud to more importance to edge computing, as it has been also explained earlier by previous speakers, is posing very interesting new opportunities for our sector. This is also happening in a moment where the geopolitical context is a bit complex, as the previous speaker, but this is very much the moment in which the European Union needs to reinforce its ecosystem, and we need to put a new focus on processors. We need to put a new focus on the value chain and on the elements of the value chain where that chain is actually weak. So that means very much in terms of design, in terms of production capacity, in particular fabrication at leading edge nodes. And we also need to be able to strengthen areas where we do have some capacities that just need to be strengthened. I'm referring in particular to the area of design, where we do have some growing companies, but where the market share is still very small. So therefore it is for us essential to strengthen our position in design and in IP. And an alternative for Europe to also avoid dependence from other regions could be, for example, to use open source architecture. For example, RISC-V, nowadays this is gaining a lot of traction. And open source has also the advantage of being very popular in academic environments, and therefore of bringing also the know-how and the skilled people that Europe has. That's another sector that Europe will have to strengthen, but certainly it would have a lot of advantages also for the participation of SMEs to our ecosystem. We also observe a growing need for higher performance processors in all the sectors, and we consider that we are well equipped in terms of strengths in Europe to face some of these opportunities. For example, we are very strong in the production of low power. We are strong in elements and components that safeguard security and safety, and also in real-time components. And this is all very relevant for edge computing. And this is also all very relevant to meet our technological ambitions. Before there was a talk about technological sovereignty. I also prefer to call it technological autonomy. And this is very much about our ability to develop technology that has the characteristics that reflect our European values. And I'm here referring to green, and I'm here referring also to trustworthy technology, by that I mean technology that respects privacy and safety and security. And so it does not mean not to be open. It does not mean not to import technology from abroad. It simply means to be able to develop technology that has certain characteristics which respect our values and which also increases choice for the users of the technology. Now, I think that Roberto Viola has explained very clearly that these technological opportunities are accompanied by new funding through the Recovery and Resilience Fund, the fact that there is 20% of that fund to be spent in digital, the fact that there is a flagship called Scale Up, to which the member states can really apply to be able to fund microelectronics. And we are very much, and we are discussing with the member states the idea of a new project of common European interest, an IPCI2, which follows the successful example of the previous one, but where we hope, compared to the previous one that involved 4 countries, to be able to involve more participants. And last but not least, of course, our key digital technologies joint undertaking, still in an internal process for the adoption of its regulation. Of course, its setup is strictly dependent on the timing of approval of the multi-annual financial framework, which has not been agreed yet. And this is delaying a little bit, probably the start of the joint undertaking. But we are very much looking forward to build on the success of the joint undertaking ECSEL and build with the key digital technology a partnership between industry, member states, and European Commission, so as to meet all the objectives in terms of processors, in terms of edge computing, in terms of all the new challenges that the ECS and embedded systems world is posing to us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucila, for your kind contribution as well. And I definitely also see a kind of a red thread between the different players of DG Connect that we have on board today. And ladies and gentlemen, to get to know a little bit more about the programs for the future, also this afternoon we will have a session on the funding instruments. So thank you once again, also for pointing out open source, to be able to learn from each other. Trustworthy technology is where Europe specifically is very well positioned. And what I also liked is that you added this point of data, being an ownership of the data, gathering the data, sharing the data. And I know for that also the coming year, the Commission works on plans to kind of share and set up data infrastructures and common data spaces. So thanks again for that. The next speaker I'd like to introduce to you is Françoise Chambard, and she's the CEO and co-founder of Melexis. And Melexis is a global supplier of microelectronic semiconductor solutions and stands for engineering that enables the best imaginable future, a future which is safe, clean and comfortable. She has held executive positions within a number of tech companies, and she's currently member of the board of Umicore, a global materials technology and recycling group, and member of the board of Soitec, an international semiconductor materials manufacturer, and also a member of the advisory board to Biteflies, a Flemish health tech startup. She's equally president of the STEM platform of the Flemish government, aiming to encourage young people to pursue a science, technology, engineering or mathematical educational career. And she's been a mentor on a Sophia Women's Network program for 17 years, also coaching women active in the profit sector. So I must say, quite an impressive CV, Ms. Chambard. We're very happy to have you on board. So pleased to have you. We're looking forward to your contribution.
Okay, thank you, Maud, for the very generous introduction. And I'll make you win some time. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having me in this debate. So indeed, Melexis is a European semiconductor manufacturer that is specialized in mixed signal edge sensors and edge drivers. And we deliver that mainly for the automotive industry and e-mobility industry at large. So our products make all types of on and off-road vehicles safer, smarter, and more environmentally friendly. So Melexis is very proud to be able to play a major role in the electrification of the vehicle, and of course to contribute to the Green Deal of Europe. Now, Melexis products also find their way more and more into other markets, such as the health tech market. And to just give one example is our temperature sensors. Sorry, they are critical components to much of the equipment to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, such as diagnostics, patient monitoring systems, respiratory devices, and a variety of body thermometers and building access control. Our sales this year is expected to be around 500 million euro, and we employ around 1,500 people across the globe, majority of which are in Europe. And that's it for my introduction. Thank you, Maud.
Thank you so much, Françoise, for your kind as well, and also based on your contribution, we will definitely take some questions on board too. Then the next person I'd like to introduce to you is Michael Wiesmüller, and is the head of Department Key Enabling Technologies for Industrial Innovation at the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. Well, the abbreviation is BMK, so I'm sure you will use that more often than the whole long sentence of your department. Your main responsibility of this department covers the design of innovation policies for high-tech industries, national R&D strategies and programs in these domains, and all areas of international R&D policy and coordination. Among others, Michael Wiesmüller has also acted as the Austrian delegate to the European ICT Programme, Governance Board member of the JTI's ECSEL, and as director of the EUREKA classes ETA 3, and Catherine, an Austrian lead delegate to the Key Enabling Technologies. So also, Mr. Wiesmüller, a very impressive CV, a lot of experience already in this field, and we're really happy to listen to your contribution.
Those topics. I have just outlined of some interventions which I would like to share with you and should serve as a food for thought in our discussion. Well, generally, I would say that more and more it seems that the whole pandemic is a kind of really has a lot of disruptive elements in various sectors, not only industry or EBS, but in the areas of education, health system, in transport, in the context of resilience, and large more. I do think that, and this was mentioned earlier, that of course the experience of the pandemic has boosted the use and the sensitivity of digitalization. What I wanted to say is we are in a moment where there is a huge momentum for change, and it will, well, the next half year or so will show in which direction this change will develop. You were talking about the question of complex value chains in our sector, and I just wanted to give you some observations from the Austrian side. We haven't conducted a study or so. This is more kind of episodic evidence, but I think it might be same as in other countries. Well, first of all, the semi-industries or electronic industries seem to have less affected than others, compared, for example, to the service industries or food industries, which will face a tremendous recession the next time. We have heard about a lot of elements on the vulnerability of supply and value chains, both in terms of materials and components due to lockdowns and cancelled flights and so on. We have seen that a lot of companies have reorganized their manufacturing planning, their processes, and raised their flexibility. In our view, we do think that the recovery of the sector will, if there is any necessary, will come soon. Of course, there is this question of sales sector like automotive and aviation. With respect to digital economy for the post-COVID area, well, of course, we will think that digital will help and benefit in all domains of the recovery. Definitely not only industry, but all other application areas, health, education, retail. The recovery might accelerate the plans for the between the transformation, green and digital. I do think that key digital technology should be at the heart of both. The focus on European value chains in critical domains are key for Austria. Of course, they could and should, why not, include global partnerships beyond Europe. Areas of high potential, we definitely could go into more details in the discussion. I just sketched some here on the slide. Edge AI, of course, anything related to embedded software, to sensor systems, to power electronics. And as Lucilla already mentioned, we are convinced that Europe has a huge potential with relation to the data economy and mainly industrial data spaces. With relation to the green recovery and the digital transition, I want to reconfirm that Austria is very much in favor of tripartite partnerships. We do think this is, really the best instruments that we have in hand so far. This is definitely characteristic of a mid-sized or smaller country. We do think the alignment between national and European strategies is key for the future developments. We do think that IPSA is just the beginning for European industrial policy. We are very much looking forward to development of further instruments. And with respect to the greening agenda, we do think that we are in the midst of, so to say, the best that we have in the toolbox. KDT is definitely one of the most powerful tools that we have to really address this. In general terms, I would say that KDT is not only green IT or green KDT, but it's KDT for green. And there might be hundreds of functionalities not even known at the moment, which have to be reinvented. Okay, I leave it here, but for the moment, just as an intro and some written formulas. Looking forward to the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Miller, for this kind first intro, and we'll pick up on some of the other points. But I can clearly see already that you're pointing out, just as Mr. Colon did, is that KDT has been less affected by the crisis itself. So it would indeed be good to further focus on that because it has so much growth potential, and the applications are numerous also to support other sectors in Europe to flourish again. despite the crisis that they're facing right now. So the next speaker I'd like to introduce to you is Professor Shahid Ali, and he's Director of Dynamic Health Systems, and he's an experienced strategic clinical leader with a national and international reputation in how innovative digital innovations such as digital platforms, telehealth and telemedicine can enable the transformation of health and well-being services in populations. So as a founding member and director of Dynamic Health Systems, a company led by senior clinicians and technologists, so that's a very nice combination, he has contributed to developing the award-winning VitruCare patient engagement platform, which is being used by patients and clinicians to enable self-care to manage chronic diseases and cancers in a more engaged and empowered way by moving care delivery out of the hospital into the community with improved productivity and outcomes. And we're really happy to have them on board, especially given this crisis, that we also have the health perspective in this panel. So Professor Ali, I'd like to give the floor to you.
Charlotte, thank you very much indeed. It's an absolute pleasure to be invited back to the ECS again. I spoke a few years ago, so it's quite nice to be back. I thought I'd give you a real kind of insight as being a practicing doctor, because I actually work in medicine at the moment. So I have my own practice with about 10,000 patients. And I want to show you what impact COVID-19 has actually had. And I want to be able to sort of illustrate this by showing you a slide, because I think many of you perhaps, we hear a lot on the media and we sort of try and understand what's going on. But I want to be able to give you a kind of real life experience of what's happening in the healthcare system, so that you can understand it, but also be able to understand where we need to go next, because we are now forming a new normal, a new way of being able to manage people within the healthcare sector, which is such an important sector. So just imagine for 1 minute, pre-COVID, we were all grappling with this idea of how do we deal with demand? How do we deal with the fact that so many people keep coming to our offices every day and to the hospitals, and we're all rammed? How do we actually deal with that? How do we begin to deal with that demand? And along comes COVID. And by the way, I've worked at the national level within the NHS, at the regional level, national level as well. And I've been trying to develop, together with ministers, policies by which we can begin to establish digital health within the NHS. And I can tell you it was a big uphill struggle. Anyway, COVID comes along. And as you can see on here, this graph shows you basically what happens initially with the first wave. So the first wave, this immediate mortality that's associated with COVID-19. So what happened to us? Basically, people stopped coming to the practice. People stopped going to the hospital.
Professor Ali, may I quickly interrupt? We can't see your slides. Could you please share your slides? That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, much better.
Sorry about that.
Yes, there it is. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so can you see this slide now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
I apologize. So
it's okay.
What you can see on this slide is that when the COVID-19 comes along, this pandemic that we're in at the moment, basically all of our people that would normally come to the practice stop coming to the practice. People going to the hospital stop going to the hospital because they're just too scared to get COVID. So there's this immediate mortality and morbidity from COVID-19, which we've all seen, and we see the figures of it every single day. But what I really want to try and sort of point out also is that all those people who perhaps would subsequently have been in hospital or having other, for example, having their cancers managed or needing operations and so on and so forth, there's another impact with those individuals as well, because they are dying and have been dying as a consequence of interruption of those services. And then you've got this huge, great big increase in this fourth wave. So you've got the first wave, the second wave, which is the impact on resources and restrictions and conditions because people aren't having their operations. Then you've got this third wave, which is the impact on the care homes, where people have been effectively haven't been able to get their treatment in the way that they had. They're getting more sicker, they end up in hospital, or they don't end up in hospital and they just die. But really what I'm concentrating on is this huge kind of fourth wave, which is all the kind of mental illness. And I'm seeing that on a day-to-day basis. So we are seeing people who are having more anxiety, more depression, burnt out, and issues around sort of financial problems that people are having. So this is something which is still on the rise, and it has increased. Normally within a general practice environment, we might see about 30% of our population as having sort of mental illness, but now we're seeing almost double that. So huge amounts of psychic trauma as a consequence of that. Why am I telling you this? Because what's happened is that everything has kind of changed. You know, the way that we kind of work in the practice environment has all changed. So instead of this idea that we won't do telemedicine consultations, by the way, we were the first practice in England to start using telemedicine consultations almost 12 years ago. And what we've found now is that, you know, from the consumers, the patients who were pretty all right about using telemedicine, but the doctors were not, we've had this huge change. The consumers have shifted from where they were initially. And of course, the providers have shifted as well in terms of wanting to provide those services. So most of our consultations now are actually carried out either on the telephone or by telemedicine, or by receiving pictures and responding to them, rather than seeing people face to face, although we're still seeing people face to face. So we're seeing this sea change in terms of being able to change the way that we deliver services, which I'm sure that most of you have experienced across Europe, because it's happening everywhere. And what we're now moving to is this idea that we want to try and engage with patients in a different way. So some of the work that I'm doing at the moment across Lincolnshire and across Northwest London CCGs is getting their patients to be able to work with AI through portals and through platforms and through their apps on their mobile phones. And we're beginning to see that this huge shift that's occurring, which I think we can talk about, because AI and platforms and data management, all of that comes into this, and even edge computing comes into this. So the opportunity to transform really sits with us. And I think that Europe is in a fantastic place, particularly with ECS, with the kind of technology expertise that we have. I think we're in a fantastic place to be able to develop that further, and particularly contribute to this developing area, because this isn't going to change. This will be our new normal. And I think this is the direction of travel for the future. So I'm looking forward to this discussion so that we can perhaps talk about how that can happen in a scalable way across Europe. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Very much, Professor Ali, and we'll take that on board, how we can scale that in Europe. And as you said, well, the fourth wave, it looks quite dangerous indeed, because of course we need an active and healthy workforce in the future as well, to be able to deal with all those new developments. And as you said, telehealth has become much, much more important right now, also probably because it's underpinned by also what Lucilla Scioli said, the trustworthy technology. So people are more prone to trust upon these kind of digital systems instead of taking a risk, especially for the chronically ill, to move and to be mobile and to risk another health challenge for them, and they can just stay at home. So thanks for making that very practical, much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the final speaker. And again, I would like to point out, please send in your questions. We're really happy to take them on board. The final speaker is Lars Reger, and he's the Executive Vice President and CTO at NXP Semiconductors. As CTO, Lars is responsible for managing new business activities and R&D in the automotive, Industry 4.0, Internet of Things, mobile connectivity and infrastructure-focused markets. Before joining NXP as head of automotive strategy in 2008, Lars gained deep insight into the microelectronics industry with a focus on the automotive sector. He began his career with Siemens as a product engineer in 1997, and his past roles included work at Infineon, but also at Continental. And Lars, I would say I'm very happy to have you here as well. We're looking forward to your presentation.
And what big thanks. Can you hear me well and see the screen?
We can hear you loud and clear, and we can see your screen.
Perfect. So technology is my friend. Hey, maybe a very quick intro. NXP is the former Philips Semiconductors, and in 2015 we merged with the former Motorola Semiconductors. So with that, we are a global player, true global player, present on all continents except from Australia, and have a broad workforce, are a true part of the global semiconductor supply chain. Now, what we are facing at the moment and what is driving our share price big time, and remind you, the share price is the hope that analysts put into a company in terms of what can the company bring in future. So we are at an all-time high of our share price at the moment. Why? Because this world is changing, and you see it, you've heard it from the pandemics a lot. Shahid has explained just prior, but also prior to any pandemics, we were moving, and we were moving from an, how I would call it, on-demand world, where you take your mobile phone into your hands and you order a taxi or a pizza on demand here and now, into an ahead-of-demand world. So a world that already arranges the things that you might want to do as the next step in ahead of you, and you have a seamless experience, a seamless life. What that means to the semiconductor market is the following. In the first decade of this millennium, we had a lot of semiconductor players that were working with laptops, home entertainment, mobile phones. Pretty unattractive market for a lot of the companies. And that changed when someone took a mobile phone and tried to stuff a laptop into it, called it a smartphone, and we had a data display device. And we needed on the other side of the data display device, namely in the internet, big storage and big compute. We called it cloud computing. That is driving our market at the moment. And now the attractivity and the analyst hope, of course, is that this world transforms into a world that has 50 billion smart connected devices around you in 2025. Or in other words, towards the end of this decade, every person on this planet is operating up to 10 of those smart connected devices. What I mean with these smart connected devices are your smartwatches, your smartphones, your smart manufacturing robots, the devices that Shahid was pointing to, but also, of course, smart rolling and very expensive devices. So your cars, your means of transportation. So this is a very, very broad portfolio, semiconductor device. But the nice thing is that all of these devices are built in a very similar way. You sense your environment, you connect to the cloud to get some information, you think of a smart advice, and you send this to the arms and legs of your robot. And all of that safe and secure. Remind you, we have two lead markets in Europe: functional safety, driven by the automotive industry, crypto security, driven by the leading players that we have in Europe. So coming to the landing place for all of that, what we will see is these smart connected devices are growing in their intelligence, in their ability to do autonomous tasks. They don't have to pump all the data into the cloud, but they can only they can process themselves and send the relevant data to the cloud. So we are moving in this decade from big data to relevant data. And for this edge processing, what we need is best-in-class sensing and connectivity, scalable and power-efficient processing. Of course, we need to make sure that you can trust your devices. So safety and security will be lead value adders that we can bring to the party. And, well, we are selling software, our industry is selling software, and the semiconductor industry is providing the hardware carriers to stick that software on, if you want to look at it that way. So in other words, this is what we need to have, the software mechanisms, the software architectures in place. We have leading industries in all of those areas, and we need, I would like, also for my kids and for your kids, to keep these leading industries, and let's make sure that we do this in a clever way and have tech sovereignty to at least to a certain extent in Europe as well. So more with that, I hope I was in time, and conclude and looking forward to the panel.
Okay, thank you, Rega, and you were spot on. Thanks for that. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it has become clear that when we look at what should be the focus, that there are a couple of high potential areas that we should tackle perhaps more closely and better, not just as one member state, not just as one industry player, not just on the European level, but as an integrated whole. We talked about the processors, edge AI, sensor systems were mentioned, but also data, not just data, but relevant data that we should take on board. But of course, the question is how to do that. And I know, Ms. Scioli, you need to leave soon, so perhaps a first question for you. So what is really expected for a strong recovery, and how can the EU provide further support to this?
Anticipated some elements before, with the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is a fund of more than 600 billion euros, which has been distributed to the member states to address the recovery, economic recovery. The European Union is given the possibility and the opportunity to fund many of the technologies that we have been discussing until now. In fact, this is a fund that the member states decided to use, in particular for 20% of this fund should be spent on digital. And the guidelines that the European Commission on the use of the fund, there are very specific references to microelectronics. So now we are discussing with member states whether it could be possible to set up a new project for common European interest, where participation of many member states, and which could address some of these technological ambitions. Of course, we also have the multi-annual financial framework, and later a colleague of mine will give you more information about the budgetary support. But there we have a new program, the Digital Europe program, which will also support microelectronics in testing and experimenting AI components, for example. And then Horizon Europe, that will support our key digital technologies partnership, which is very important because it brings in member states. And I want to remember that ECSEL, which is the current partnership, the current joint undertaking, was the first one in the Commission that saw the participation of member states and the industry together with the Commission. So a very strong collaboration between these three parties that I really count on for the future of key digital technology, which will be a very important complementary element to the efforts that can be and should be brought forward through the Recovery and Resilience Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. So in that sense, you're setting up the kind of funding structures based on the policies that you've made. And my question then is mainly to the industrial parties in this panel discussion. So I would say to Professor Ali, to Mr. Rega and Ms. Schombara as well. Is funding alone enough, or what would you really need in terms of, for example, infrastructure, regulations? Could you lift the tip of the veil for me for that? Perhaps Professor Ali first.
I think that's a really good question, because funding is one thing, but then you need to have some kind of structure as to how to be able to approach that whole problem and the whole issue and the challenge that we have in front of us. And I think looking at it from a health perspective, and I can comment on that because that's my expertise, I think that being able to start to use AI and blockchain and edge computing and looking at platforms and so on, and having the funding behind it so that we can understand what the processes are going to be in order to be able to get that fund and do it at some kind of scalable, innovative way, has got to be the way that Europe will become more successful in the future, because we can't stop innovating. It is time for us to innovate in a way that perhaps we've never innovated before, because that is what will give us the edge over everybody else around the world. Because remember, this is an area, I mean, I go to China and see China, so much development going on in there, go to the US, wherever we go. But because I'm a European myself, I feel very strongly that we need to be able to have that kind of cutting edge. We've got the cutting edge technology. We have actually got it here. We just need to utilize it in a framework which enables that funding to flow through, but enables us to do it in an innovative and scalable way. So There isn't a kind of completely good way of doing it, but there is a good way of working together and in collaboration, being able to utilize that funding in a very constructive way. So I think that's probably my contribution that I'd make to this.
Thanks. So indeed, then we need a framework. Funding is one element. You already pointed to innovation. But of course, that has been around also for such a long time, because otherwise we wouldn't be so competitive. So Françoise Chambard, may I ask you also, what do you need next to the funding?
I think Professor Ali is absolutely right. Health management and economic impact are in fact directly related. And I think the EU is already doing quite a bit. They could do maybe a bit more in aligning the different countries in the fight against the pandemic. I think it's a good thing that the EU is funding a lot of research into the vaccine. So that's extremely important. Should be safe and effective as well. And it's a truly important step that the European Union is also buying those vaccines. So because the economy can only truly recover when we get the pandemic under control. Now, I think what Melexis has not been a major user of funding as such, because it's hugely bureaucratic. So reducing the bureaucracy would at least make it easier on smaller companies, though we're not a small company, but in comparison with my colleague here, Lars of NXP, we're relatively small. But it's a huge effort for smaller companies to go through the European bureaucracy. So that's one thing. I think what I would caution also against is that whenever funding is given to a company, it should be a company that is healthy, and not to zombie companies, because then you're pouring it into a black hole. So I think that is a caution that the European Union should really look into. And then what is for me important as a whole, and this has little to do with the ECS industry, but in fact with the whole European Union, is it would be about time to introduce a European universal basic income. It's maybe a crazy story, but it will do two things if we do that. And there is a bit of that in what the European Union has done following the COVID-19 pandemic. But it really could do two things. Is one, short term, keep small entrepreneurs and artists and event sector people and the like out of poverty, because who will pay for the produce of the electronics industry if everybody turns out poor? And long term, it will increase the trust of every European citizen in the EU. And what we see now is that we have some nationalistic scapegoat politicians that are now starting to really paralyze the EU. And I think that introducing a European UBI and every European citizen getting at least some funding on their accounts every month will keep the European Union top of mind. Might be an idea.
So you're basically saying you need to take care of that level as well, because otherwise you might risk losing out on a very important group, which is also very innovative itself, and we need those people as well, because otherwise we're going to put ourselves in an even worse crisis than we're experiencing right now, or that we expect to experience. So thanks for that point too. Mr. Lars Rega, your contribution as well. So we've heard funding one hand. The funding needs to be inserted into the right areas, of course. We talked briefly about the infrastructure, a basic income, regulation. What's your idea?
Very honestly, much more important than the absolute amount of funding is the speed and the pragmatism. So what Françoise also said, we don't need, for the early innovations, sorry for my wording, shitloads of money. We can discuss that later on for what we need to do for manufacturing and if we want to subsidize factories and so on. But that's not my paranoia. What I'm looking at is tech sovereignty leading innovation. And I'm pointing to things like we are doing 5 nanometer chip development for automotive. So really leading edge. We do this here in Europe. We are one of the top 3 companies who is equipping microcontrollers with AI and machine learning. We are looking into what's after 5G, so 6G. So really topics where we now need to say, okay, we group a few people together. This is smaller subsidy and innovation and R&D programs. This is not billion-dollar programs, but they have to be fast because for those topics, we are on a global competition. And I mean, yes, I'm European and I'm fighting a lot to get this anchored. We have the super researchers and specialists in Austria, in France, in the Benelux countries, in Germany. I mean, we have that ecosystem and we can use it. The only point is I'm competing against the US and Asian locations as well, and they are faster with the first and early seed money to get teams going. And if we are anchored in one place, yeah, then lift a train from the one rails to the other rails. So for me, this is pragmatism, speed, and I mean, François has pointed to a couple of topics. An early health check. What is your return of investment for a European Union? Is this a catastrophe if you pump money into that area? Is it a competition issue? No. Okay, let's get going. Be fast. I mean, that is for me the thing that we have to achieve.
Okay, I think it's very important that you pointed that out. Without speed, I mean, there's so much that you want to do, but then every part of the chain, of course, should work together and able to be able to do that. So what you're also saying that yes, so nice that we have funding, but don't make the processes, as Ms. Chambard said as well, too bureaucratic, but we want to push through very quickly. And also in terms of regulation, everything should be put into the right context to make this possible, because otherwise we will lose. And ladies and gentlemen, we also have some questions coming in from the audience, so thank you so much for that. And those questions are also related to the competitiveness and also the relationship to other continents. One question, seeing a world with 3 blocks in electronics. We have the US, we have China, and we have the EU. How do we ensure leadership of and access to US and Asian markets for our EU products? Perhaps Mr. Wiesmuller, you could take that question first, because you talked about value change in Europe, super important, but you're also trying to say, okay, reaching out to other continents in global partnerships as such. So what is your vision on this?
Well, okay, this is a hard one and a very general one. Well, of course, what we are facing, and I think, well, anything related to digital is kind of the main example that technology has a geopolitical component, and it's becoming so important for our economies that geopolitical aspects are of tremendous importance. In general terms, I would say, a little bit reflecting on what have been said already, I think we should be more confident with relation to our strengths that we have in Europe. And well, in conferences like this, discussions like this over the decades, we have discussed about, well, we are lagging behind here, we are lagging behind there. Well, we have a little bit forgotten to focus more on what we really have in hands, and how powerful in terms of knowledge, in terms of companies, in terms of even entrepreneurship, Europe in reality is. There is this old quote, I want to repeat it because it's nice. Europe is very good in transforming knowledge into money, but it's bad in transforming knowledge into money back again. So, and this definitely is a kind of topic that we should address. In terms of these geopolitical perspectives, I would say two issues. The first one is I think, well, let's not forget, Europe is not well, a coherent continent. Has the same coherence as China or as governance board of KDT. I know how complicated it is to come to a decision upon, well, this or that. So we have 27 member states discussing on this. In the US, you have more or less one instance, and in China, it's even more. So Europe is Europe is a project. Still, it's a project. And let's not forget about this. This is not, when we talk about China and US, it's not the same situation. And it's important to understand, and this was also reflected by Françoise, for example, it's decisive in what shape Europe will be in the next years. The second issue that I wanted to, well, a little bit demonstrate a little bit more, I wouldn't say, or let's try to reflect a little bit more on this. Is it really US, China versus Europe, or is it US, China, and Europe is representing the rest of the world? So Europe is a kind of model how the world could function without those two polars, US and US and China. The environment of KDF of the DR. And several countries are very interesting in looking at Europe and trying to understand if this European way could be a kind of global way, a way which is not European, which is not US dominated, and which is not China dominated. Okay.
Thanks for this contribution, Mr. Wiesmüller. Points taken. And of course, Europe doesn't want to be too much squeezed in the middle, but to really kind of fare its own strategy. So perhaps, Mr. Coulon, you could also reflect on this, because of course you've done a lot of studies that you've conducted for DG Connect. Are you the competitors, US and China, and would you echo the view of Mr. Wiesmüller that Europe is actually so much more than just Europe itself, and is a kind of also the glue again between Asia and the US?
Yes, I quite agree with Mr. Wiesmüller saying that Europe must be ambitious in knowing its strengths. But I don't want to be too by saying that we are also engaged in a global competition, and it's a fierce one. Which is that we have in Europe,
Mr.
but which is also can be seen.
Could I ask you to switch off your video, because the line is pretty bad, and I think the quality will be better, and we can.
Can you hear me better right now?
Yes, a bit better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I was just saying that indeed Europe as I started trade wars, the world is not as open as it used to be in the past. If you create a product in Europe by spending a lot of innovation, time and efforts, and you cannot produce it, or your competitiveness is blocked due to extraterritorial laws, as it's done by the US right now, it's a little bit not pointless, but it's not the world that we used to know, in fact. So the second point I would have to highlight is that we have strengths that are right now clear in terms of automotive, in terms of industrial, which are key, because there are some room to create some added value in terms of digitization, and there are other to achieve the goals in terms of green deals and to strengthen the competitiveness of Europe. But the competition is also harsh in terms of investment. It's also true from private, but also from public side. I mean, all the other territory or region in the world, it's the truth for South Korea, for Taiwan, for the US. They are backing a lot their manufacturing industries. They have understood that innovation is a thing. It's absolutely key to be at the forefront in terms of innovation, but it must be tightly linked with minimum control in terms of manufacturing too.
Okay, thanks a lot for this this contribution. Then perhaps a final question to Ms. Scioli, because I know you need to leave soon. Well, there's a participant, but that's more just a general comment that said that personal data protection needs to remain key. And I think that was also echoed already by the other panelists, that indeed when looking at the GDPR, perhaps even other continents can actually learn from Europe in order to kind of create trust in the technologies that we have. Another question is from someone who said that the US and Japan are in fact now teaming up in building a kind of edge nano fab lab. Is Europe planning to do things like that as well? Or would you say, well, we have those funding programs and it's really up to the companies and academia themselves to see how they organize themselves to further build up a kind of edge nano labs, yes or no? And I think you've already pointed out to the new EPoSS coming up very soon. But is there anything else in store for you that for us that you can share with us?
Well, the idea of becoming stronger in terms of production and fabrication of components is a very good idea. I mean, we certainly have this ambition in the European Union as well. Now, it is quite complicated, as you can imagine, because for the moment, we are not producing at the levels at which other countries like Korea or South Korea, Taiwan, or even the United States sometimes are producing. But I think we have the capabilities, because let's not forget, for example, that one of the most important equipment manufacturers is actually in the European Union. So I think it will be not just up to the industry, but also up to the member states to decide how they want to go forward from this point of view. But certainly also using an EPoSS-IA, at least partly, to become stronger in our capabilities of fabrication is certainly not a bad idea. Then you have to think on how this can actually take place. If you look at the way this is taking place in the United States, is more about companies from Taiwan, for example, moving to the States and bringing, using technology transfer, for example, to strengthen the capabilities in the United States. We are only at the beginning of this kind of discussion. And as I said, we are discussing in Council with the member states. We're also discussing with the industry and see what their interests are. I'm sorry to hear that our efforts are considered bureaucratic and slow. I just want to remember to companies that the national reform plans of the member states, if they want to use the recovery fund, are being drafted now. So you have to be fast in speaking to the representatives in your countries and discuss possible investment projects with them if you want them to be represented, because they have to be submitted in March. So all this is actually very fast. So I just invite you to reflect more about that and to really take serious action about discussing with your governments on the use of this funding.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. And good luck with your meeting. It was lovely having you, Ms. Scioli, on board. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes left. I've got a couple of questions for you as well. As a small recap, we've already identified those areas where Europe should focus on, the processes, edge AI, data, sensor systems, and so on and so forth. And I've got a question coming in. We've barely discussed quantum computing. Do you have a vision on quantum computing as well? Lars, perhaps. See, you've already unmuted yourself. You're very, very fast. What's your vision of that?
Two topics. Of course, I do not expect to sell quantum computers in the next decade, right? So from a semiconductor point of view, Françoise and myself, I mean, we start counting when we are shipping more than 500 million devices, right? So that is the fun of a semiconductor maker. But on the other hand, we have, of course, our autonomy electronics, our AI electronics, our ECUs for cars or for other settings that can be used for steering quantum computers. What are quantum computers very often today? I mean, you try to track one atom, cool it down and keep it under control and so on. So these type of electronics we have. But what is more important for me is I need to make sure that I have post-quantum cryptography enabled systems. In other words, all your banking cards. NXP is selling 80% of all chips in biometric passports. These things can be hacked with a brute force quantum computer. Therefore, our scientists are working on having robust systems that are robust cryptology-wise, robust against this hacking. I'm selling already today chips similar to the chip of the German passport, just to name one example, that have post-quantum cryptography systems on board. So this is really revenue as we speak today, and especially in our site in Gradkorn, close to Graz in Austria, in Hamburg, in Belgium, but also in Eindhoven. We have researchers under my wings working to get post-quantum cryptography into the market. So big knowledge base for Europe, and not directly a great semiconductor market, but indirectly a fantastic incubator field, I would say.
Okay, thanks a lot for this very clear explanation. Perhaps Ms. Chambard as well? Quantum computing?
Well, we're not so much in those areas because, as I said, we are in mixed signal.
Yeah.
So we have much more analog than we have digital. But I think it's important here to, and I think that Lars mentioned it well. We really should not necessarily have everything and catch up with everything, but rather focus on our strengths and not try to copy paste. And it is sufficient if you have only one critical element that you're great at, and then others have difficulty replicating, and that's how you that's how you stay relevant. And I think some of the things that we're really good at in Europe is the combination of a couple of strengths. And I would like to second what Professor Ali has said. In fact, if you look at health tech, there is a large important part of microelectronics and nanoelectronics that is needs to be used in there. If you couple that with data, because it's really in the crossovers of disciplines that the largest form of innovation happens. So, and the other thing is we should really keep what we have. And for example, we have great equipment makers, such as ASML, and those we should cherish. But there are also things that we can do in specialized microelectronics, heterogeneous integration, photonics, and AI techniques. So it's in the combination of those that I think we can play a role. One last thing that I'd like to add is, and it's important, I think that we're talking about funding, but I think that the EU should first and foremost create a fair marketplace and protect European entrepreneurs against dumping from the outside.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Thanks for that point. And there's also something I asked at the beginning, what's more and what is needed apart from the funding. But of course, without a level playing field, it's very hard to stay competitive. I have a raise your hand button has been pressed by both Mr. Wiesmüller and Professor Ali. Mr. Wiesmüller?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, just a short remark. Let's remind that the quantum topic is already on the agenda. Probably not strong enough, but and I speak as an Austrian with by chance, Austrian has some very good researchers in this area. What I wanted to say is what we observe is that quantum now, in various aspects, not only computing, sensing, simulation, but for most cryptography, is leaving the labs and is now becoming really an issue for industry. And this might be an opportunity for the European, electronic, microelectronic industry. There might be a quantum industry upcoming, I don't know, in 5 or 10 years from now, developing components. Still, there is a lot to do in terms of miniaturization of developing robust industrializable components for various applications. Topic 1 and topic 2, I think quantum cryptography could be a very important key technology developed in Europe.
Okay, so quantum computing, quantum cryptography. Thanks for those inputs. Professor Ali.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I think both Lars and Francois have made wonderful points about the fact that we need to focus on things that we are pretty good at, and Europe is actually very good at quite a lot of things and leading edge in a number of areas. But I think when it comes to whether it's quantum computing or edge computing or nanotechnologies, what I've learned previously, particularly in the ECS, is that we have got expertise which actually, will help us not just with AI and blockchain and so on, but precision medicine, genomics, virtual reality, regenerative medicine. These are all areas which are open to us for development, and we can be the leaders in that. And there's no reason why we can't, because not only do we have a head start in these particular areas, but these are the areas which are simply going to transform healthcare across the world. And this is what I'm particularly interested in. I've been pushing this for years, and this is one of the reasons why I'm actually here speaking on this in this particular panel, is because I have a particular interest in this field. And I think we mustn't forget that these are the areas where we will be able to completely, compete with anybody in the world. And we can do it. It's just a matter of us putting our heads together, working together, and recognizing that we've got support around us. And doing it together. That's what it is.
Exactly.
That was my point. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we need to do it together. And what you pointed out, and I think also the other panelists did so already, we are very strong as Europe in key areas such as automotive, in health, for example. But we just really need to complement it with those new kind of technologies. And that's also, of course, why there is this continued focus, not just on electronic components or systems, but also to have it complemented with those key digital technologies. And it seems to be that every element is there, but we just need to push forward a little bit further. So perhaps 2 final questions for all of you, because of course there's competition, and there's always a risk of people or organizations moving from Europe to Asia or to the US because they think the ecosystems are much better there. Would you say, because you're all Euro-based, is Europe still the place to be for you to run your business? Lars Reger, can I have your opinion on that?
Yeah, absolutely the place to be. And with so what has COVID taught us is basically that you can work anytime, anywhere. And with that, I would say, yes, Europe is a great place. And the thing that we did not touch upon prior is Europe can position itself as the neutral country. Look at the RISC-V consortium. It moved from the US into Zurich, Switzerland, just to show to the world that they are in the most neutral or neutrally perceived country on the entire globe, just to be agnostic and open to everyone. Talking to my Dutch colleagues, they tell me, Lars, we have always been a pretty small nation, but we have been always good tradesmen and had arranged with all and everyone. So, that could be a European recipe for success, especially in a global supply chain. We have no chance over the next decade to separate this. And therefore, I would say absolutely yes. Yeah.
Thank you. So neutral, but not naive, I would say, because otherwise we're still losing out on a lot of competition. Yes. Françoise Chambard, may I ask you to comment on that as well?
Yeah, I would fully second what Lars just said. I think and I'd like to add something to Mr. Wiesmüller. Yes, indeed, Europe is not a very coherent or not seen as a coherent story, but I think it's because we focus too much on what divides us or where we are different, which is, by the way, a riches. It's definitely not a problem to have different advantages. We should not focus on what divides us, but rather on what binds us. And the common goal is indeed to have prosperities in all the countries. And Eastern Europe, we seems to slowly forget that that the fact that the wall fell and that we could unite has brought them prosperity. And I think it's important to fend off the divide et impera actions that the two other blocs are doing. But indeed, we should be a bit more strong because we have a huge consumer market. It's a huge power in the world, and we're not using that sufficiently.
Okay, so if we have this huge consumer market, we don't have a time to really discuss that. But for that, we also have to listen very carefully, of course, to the end user to really have this consumer-centric innovation that we need to implement. So point taken, Françoise. Thank you for that. Then Mr. Wiesmuller, how to keep Europe in a global and leading position? What is needed for that?
Well, I would say definitely more cooperation, a stronger Europe in terms how we cooperate, how we work together, how we share our resources, our ideas, our strategies, anything. And I think, well, there's still a long way ahead of us. And the last decade wasn't so, well, a European one, I would say, or a strong European one. Probably the whole situation now with COVID gives us, as I said, a momentum for change and will help us. In more technical terms, I would say, and would conclude this, we were talking about confidence, and we have excellent industrial success stories. We have Airbus. We have founded a world-class company in this sector. We have other cases like Galileo or other cases, and we should. I think we should think more on the good success stories that we had in Europe in the past and orientate.
Focus on these success stories indeed, but also, as you said, where we haven't perhaps fared well the past 10 years, I think what happened in the past is not a guarantee that will happen in the future. You can always steer policy, programs, funding in such a way that you can make one step ahead of your competition again. And finally, I'd like to ask Professor Ali also to comment on this.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I agree with all the speakers because everybody's made these points about us working together and so on. As a company that's actually based in the UK, and believe it, I'm very much European and I really don't want to be out of Europe. But nevertheless, that being the situation, guess what we're doing right now as a company? We're forming our offices in Europe, in Brussels. And one of my colleagues, fellow directors, happens to be in Brussels, lives in Brussels. So we have been working and collaborating like this as a company for years. And, before COVID came along, you mentioned the fact that we could work, Lars mentioned that we could work anywhere, using the techniques and the technology that we have. So I think in terms of competitiveness and Europe remaining at the center, clearly we need to focus on the things that we're very good at, but we need to learn as well. We need to learn from what's going on around us. And we need to understand who do we need around us to be able to cooperate and work with us so that we can have that leading edge, so that we can develop what we're developing and get even better than we are already and continue to innovate, as has been mentioned so many times.
Okay.
And that's what we need to do. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and dear panelists,
Thank you to all of you for your
because they have been very helpful, I would say. We started this panel discussion with Olivier also pointing out that when you work in the ECS community, when you have your expertise there, you're not doing too bad because it's still a growing sector. What we need to do in Europe is to keep on collaborating within this specific field to make the applications within those different kind of key digit technologies to the areas and sectors in which we are really good, such as automotive and health and energy, in order to keep our competitive edge. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we do not only need funding, we need regulation. François Chambord also said we need a basic level income perhaps as well. We need to have speed. Without any kind of speed, we're going to lose out on our competition as well, and a lot of collaboration. So that in a nutshell. Thank you once again so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know that this is the closure of the morning session. You're more than welcome now to join the exhibition. And as said at the beginning, we have more than 95 exhibitors. So please have a look, enjoy your lunchtime, and I would be very happy and pleased to welcome you back at 2 o'clock when we'll have a session on the different funding instruments. We can tell you more about that right then. So thank you so much for this morning and look forward to seeing you later.
And go.
Dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, we're live again and we're very happy to welcome you back. This afternoon we will be discussing various European Commission and EU funding instruments, and what we already discussed this morning is of course this funding component, which is important to push forward certain technologies related to ECS and key digital technologies as such. And well, we've heard the term Horizon Europe already, Horizon 2020, we've heard ECSEL as a term, but there's much more than that, and it is my great pleasure to have three gentlemen in this session explaining to you those different funding instruments. Also, I'd like to point out that we do need to acknowledge that there is some uncertainty regarding those funding programs for the fact there's no final approval yet on the budget, which also has consequences for the different public-private partnerships and the calls. But we all do know that the programs are very much aimed and geared towards really making it fit for the future, and that is what these gentlemen are definitely working on. So bear with us, and that's good to know in advance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with 900 participants, which is an impressive number. So I hope you stay tuned, and it is my great pleasure to introduce to you, first of all, Paco Ibanez, who is the Deputy Head of Unit at DG Connect and also responsible for the competitive electronics industry. And prior to joining the Commission, Paco was active in the semiconductors research, the Bell Labs in the United States, and had a number of industrial assignments, including process and product engineering in microelectronics design and fabrication. And at the European Commission, he had responsibilities in different R&D areas, including networks and communications and future and emerging technologies. And now he's also involved in the ICT part of Horizon 2020, with a main focus and interest in micro and nano electronics and integrated microsystems. I think that is enough for an introduction at this very moment. I would like to give the floor to Paco. Looking forward to having your contribution.
And good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me fine, and you can
Yes,
see
we can.
you can see the slides. Thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity to share with you where we are in the preparation and launching of the new programs. This is an interesting and exciting experience that we are sharing with some of you. So let's go through the presentation. I'll try to be to the time that has been and focus on what are the important points in this transition that we are having from Horizon 2020 into Horizon Europe. It's a change of program. Sorry, you see some kind of pop-ups in my screen. I think this is unavoidable. This year, 2020, is a very interesting and exciting year, because a transition of framework program, or research and innovation framework program in the EU, is always an opportunity to kind of look back, see what's been working, what has not been working, what sort of new elements and novelties we need to introduce to improve the way the program works. So we have been going through this process already. I would like to share that with you. But first, let's a few indicators where Europe stands in the global context. If we look at the situation in Europe in terms of research, it's clear that we have world-class research, and we have a number of industrial sectors which are strong. And we want, of course, to move into a situation that we can, based on those strengths we have in Europe, take leadership in innovation and also in entrepreneurship, in competitiveness. So in order to do that, we have here a few indicators of where Europe stands today in terms of population, in terms of research and development, and also in terms of what are the number of high-quality research publications and publications. So those numbers, I think, talk by themselves. But we see here one of what can be considered of the problems that we need to tackle, which is the investment we have into research and development. And you can see that Europe, you can see in the lower part of the screen, the left side, that Europe still is below other countries which are also having ambitions in being leaders in the digital world. We are at 1.3% investment in terms of R&D. We need to improve the situation. We are kind of half of what Korea, South Korea is doing, and with something like 2.5 below what Japan is doing. So again, what we are trying with the new program is not only to invest public resources, but also to stimulate the investment of private resources. Sorry, let me see. Okay, so another indicator, I'm just looking into the data in terms of gross domestic product, and as a kind of measure of the weight of the economy of the different countries or regions around the world. And you can see the European Union, at the 27 countries of the European Union, today they are at 16% of the global GDP. So a comparable situation with the United States and China. Once you convert this GDP into power of purchase, okay? So and the message here is if you take European countries in an isolated way, you can take Germany, you can take France, Italy, Spain, to mention the largest economy in the Union. We are talking about Germany, 3.5%. We're talking about France, 2.25%. Italy is 1.8%. Spain is 1.1%. So clearly we are in a situation with uniting forces and trying to work together. It gives us a position which is again comparable to the best in the world. So as I mentioned before, we went through the exercise of analyzing, and what we have seen is that there are two primary areas that we feel that change has to be introduced. The first one is how to exploit innovation in areas which are being considered breakthrough innovation. And the second one is how can we improve impact compared to the situation we have today. And for that, we come with two novelties. Sorry, my cat is just on the way. So the first one is try to support innovations by the creation of a new part in the framework program, which is the European Innovation Council. That to a point is inspiring in the successful program which is addressing European research, the European Research Council, ERC. The second one is a total new element into the new work program, or framework program, which is the research and innovation missions. Again, this is the idea of how you can have very clearly well-identified goals, quantitative goals, and put resources toward the achievement of those goals. Okay, I would say that there are other areas that have been identifying which for improvement, but I would say that this more kind of fine-tuning type of actions that we need rather than anything radical. Okay, and I will focus on one of those, which is partnerships. Okay, regarding missions, we went through the process to identify once the model has been put forward and kind of polished. We went through the process of identifying which areas missions can have a higher impact. And those are the 5 areas. I will not enter into detail, but what I would say is that those areas will be addressed in a kind of transversal way. So you will not find, when you say the structure of the framework program, a particular area where, or a particular box where missions are fully, I would say, packed, but rather they are running across existing program, existing parts of the framework program, and this is the way mission will work. You had there the 5 areas. I don't think I need to repeat. Clearly, all of them are important. And again, this is a new experience for us, and hopefully we can join. We can join effort and achieve the ambitious goals of every of these missions. Okay. So another area I wanted to share with you are partnerships. In the current framework program, there are over 100 partnerships. We felt that that was a kind of proliferation that went beyond what was considered reasonable. So we went through the rationalization, the assessment of partnerships, and came down to 49 partnerships that are implemented in the areas that you can see there in the left side of the slides, and they have been implemented in different ways and different formats. The one most of you will be familiar with is the joint undertaking type of program, which is using one article of the European Treaty, which is Article 187, that allows member states, industry, and the Commission or the Union to work together in the implementation of parts of the framework program. So what you have there is the list of the partnerships that will be implemented according to this chapter, the so-called joint undertakings. I don't think I need to repeat Some of those are continuation of existing JUs, other are new, like the one you have there on smart network and services. And also, what we are now trying to put in place are a mechanism that allow those partnerships to work together. Clearly, this is a message we have received. We can exploit further the interaction, the synergies across partnerships, and this is something we are working in putting in place the right mechanism. I have marked in red what I can kind of consider digital partnerships. And then there are the one of smart networks, the one of high-performance computing, the one of photonics, and the one of artificial intelligence. Last one I want to mention is the one of key digital technologies, the one you probably, I'm surely, are more interested on. And clearly, when talking about synergies, when we're talking about KDT or photonics, they are clearly a partnership that will be delivering technologies that will be necessary in all the digital partnerships, certainly in smart networks, in supercomputing, in artificial intelligence, and certainly in other partnerships which are addressing more type of applications, type of technologies. Okay, so this is the structure. You have probably seen this slide already a number of times, but yes, it condenses what is the structure of Horizon Europe, and you can see that to a point it maintains this triple pillar that we have already in Horizon 2020 of science, industrial research, and innovation. Now the novelty here for most of us, I think to a large extent to the KDT community or to the electronic component system community, is that we're going to be part of Pillar 2 under the so-called clusters. Those clusters, as you can see, there are clusters addressing the different, I would say, challenges that we are facing from the economic and from the social point of view. And the one probably you have to probably put more attention on is the one, the cluster number 4, which is the digital industry and space cluster. Okay, so I think the rest of the programs or parts of the framework plan, I think you are mostly familiar with them. I don't think we need to get in detail. Just let me point out to the European Innovation Council in Pillar 3, which is again a novelty. In Pillar 2, cutting across will be the missions. This is where missions will be. For simplicity, are not there, but this is the way will be implemented. Now, maybe it's the moment to talk about funding, budget, money. So, as you know, has been strong on, I would say, complex discussion, also because of the COVID crisis, in agreeing and deciding the European budget for the next 7 years. So this is the multi-annual financial framework being under discussion, but they reached a strong milestone last 10th of November, a couple of weeks ago, in which Parliament, the Council and the Commission agreed on dedicating or devoting to the next 7 years a total package of 1.8 trillion. And that includes a recovery fund, which is in the region of 750 billion. And it also covers the annual financing of the Union that is at the level of almost 1.1 trillion. Okay, but now what I have put there is the latest decision, again from the Parliament and Council, that I would say later agreement, because the formal decision is still to be taken in the Council Summit to be taking place on the 9th and 10th of December. And you can see that in the Horizon Europe, the budget that is indicated is 7.9 billion. Okay, so we are getting close to 80 billion, and to that we need to add 5 billion that has been agreed as a part of the recovery package to be devoted to Horizon Europe under certain conditions. For example, this extra 5 billion needs to be spent in the first 3 years of the program, 2021, 2022, 2023. Okay, so this is to give you an idea of what is the budget that will allow to implement and hopefully be successful in the ambitions of Horizon Europe. Okay, from the pure legal point of view, and this is the way it's written in the current agreement, those are the objectives of Horizon Europe. It has a scientific and technical objective, it has an innovation and competitiveness, a job creation objective, but also it has an objective to deliver on the priorities of the citizens, of the society, on the social model and the values of the Union. the values has been a controversial debate in the past, the way value has probably been presented. Clearly, just to clarify, here we're talking about fundamental values. So we are talking about human rights, we are talking about democracy, we are talking about protecting and respecting diversity, okay? So, yes, I went into the kind of archive and see what happened in the past. And the framework plan has been there since 1984. This is more than 35 years already in place. So I put this so you can yourself identify what was your first experience with the framework program and position in this graph. So depending on the bar that you position, that will probably telling quite a lot about your experience and maybe also about your age. Okay, then you can see that the bar, you see the funding, financing has been growing up with every framework program. So now we are entering into the 9th framework program. You prefer going with numbers, and this is what we're working up to. Okay, now I want to cover this because the title of this session is financing instrument. Of course, we are working in preparing a work plan, preparing call for proposals. And I want to share with you, although this is still at the draft level, what is the process we are putting in place and what is the timeline. So in terms of process, we are going from the political priorities of the Union into the development a strategic plan that will cover the first 4 years of the framework, and then into the work program that will cover the 2 first years. We already been sharing with member states in our program committee a draft of this work program, and the idea, time-wise, is to have the program approved in the first half of the year, hopefully quarter number 1 of 2021, and be able before summer break to have the first call for proposals launched, and therefore being launching the first batch of projects of 2021 work program in the course of next year. Okay, so what you have there is the so-called destination. I will not spend much time in conceptually, but those are areas we are focusing on. And in cluster 4, the one dealing with digital industry and space, those are the 6 kind of section destination we have identified. The one we should put or focus most of our attention is on digital emerging, not only, but mostly on digital emerging. And then I don't have time to go through in detail, but you will have access to the slides. And I wanted you to have at least a kind of snapshot of what is the situation in terms of the content of each of these destinations and what are the topics that are included. Okay, so you can identify well at the time of preparing proposals what are the areas you need to focus on. Okay, but let me just a couple of minutes to finish. There is more than the Horizon Europe program. We have launched a new totally new program, which is a Digital Europe program. This Connecting Europe has been there for a while and also will be supported. But let me focus for a short time onto Digital Europe. This is a new program that we are launching, which is mainly to stimulate deployment, digital deployment, and to stimulate the building of specific capacities. This is areas which comes after research and innovation, and the one way or another are linking to the industrial investment that we've been hearing this morning in the different speeches. Okay, let me tell you a bit the structure of the program, what the main areas. In terms of technologies which are covering supported technologies, there are 3, which are high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. Those are clear areas that we need not only research, but we need to put in place the resources to have them fully deployed, because they are important contributors to the digitization of the European economy. There is another area which is transversal, which is the one of digital skills, and we are also dedicating resources. Some mentioning was this morning on the presentations. And a final one is to support, again, the adoption of digital technologies in the private, but also in the public sector, an area we don't normally address, we don't put much attention to it, but again, the public sector also is an area in which digital technologies can strongly contribute. Behind this, there is the concept of making technologies, digital technologies, widely available in Europe and promote access to those technologies. For that, we are putting in place a network together with member states and regions, a network of digital innovation hubs. The idea is to establish a network of center of competence on digital technologies that will have 2 dimensions: a geographical regional dimension, make sure that there are 6 all over European regions, and a technology dimension. They will be specialized in certain technologies. And hopefully the combination of these 2 dimensions will allow any company in Europe, regardless of the size, regardless of the sector they are active on, and regardless of the geographical situation, to have access to digital technologies in the future. Okay. Of particular interest on this program is the launching of the so-called platform that will be supporting testing and experimentation facilities. The idea is that we put in place an infrastructure in which technologies can be tested, can be validated, and can be experimented by industry and academia. And the one we are putting most attention from the electronics component and system point of view is the one on AI chips. So this is the idea of using new architecture, in particular neuromorphic architecture, which are very well suited for artificial intelligence, embedded artificial intelligence. And the sector we are trying to address with that are the one smart mobility, agri-food, health, and industry. Just to finalize, trying to be practical when looking into opportunities for funding, we have a portal that collects all relevant information. So it's called Funding and Tender Opportunities for the Framework Plan. You had there the address. This portal will be extended as soon as Horizon Europe is in place, also for Digital Europe as well. Okay. In my presentation, I didn't address much of the KDT Joint Undertaking. I think, let me just dedicate my last word to that, is I think it has been extremely important and instrumental, the achievements that we have together in ECSEL in order to be able to defend the case for a more ambitious, a larger, more integrated program, the KDT Joint Undertaking. Now we're in the legal process of having KDT approved by the Council, initially by the Commission adoption, and then by the Council approval. We are trying to do our best, really our best, to make sure that this cycle of approval is short to be concluded within next year, to ensure that there's no gap between the finalization of ECSEL and the launching of the KDT-EU, so we can continue supporting the electronic component system community that we have been doing in the last 7 years. And with that, I conclude my talk. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Paco, for your kind presentation and outlining to us all the opportunities that exist at the moment, but especially as of the 1st of January 2021, when hopefully Horizon Europe will run, because there's this tiny glitch, I would say, that the budget still needs to be approved, but I know everyone is working very hard on getting this approval. And as you have seen, ladies and gentlemen, there are ample of opportunities within the clusters, but also I think the European Innovation Council could offer some opportunities to really support breakthrough innovations, which for sure is something that needs particular focus also for the ECS community. So thanks for that. And the next speaker I would like to introduce to you is Yves Gigas, who is the head of programs at the ECSEL Joint Undertaking, before which he held the same post for the AENEAS Joint Undertaking. And before that, he had been working for 3 years at the European Commission as program officer in the radioactive waste management programs for Russia and Central Asia. And before that, even as a manager and several research positions in several companies active in the field of optoelectronics, electronic consumer goods, consulting, and telecommunications. So I would say a very broad background. Yves, we're very happy to have you, and I'd like to give the floor to you.
Thank you. Do you hear me and you see my slides?
Loud and clear, and we can see your slides.
Excellent. Listen, well, I'm here to present ECSEL and the KDT Joint Undertaking. As you heard from Paco, actually, I cannot tell a lot about the KDT Joint Undertaking. I will tell more about the ECSEL Joint Undertaking because this is the last Efecs for the ECSEL Joint Undertaking. And I'll take the time to very briefly, look back over the nearly 7 years that we have been running. I had to make a bit of an assumption here for the call 2020, because as you know, the call 2020 is still under discussion and still hasn't been decided. So I kind of extrapolated here. But here you see some final figures that probably will be improved in the coming month about the number of projects, the number of beneficiaries, the number of entities. So 1,500 different organizations have been participating to 96 projects. And that represents 34,000 person years. It's a huge amount, I think. On the right-hand side, you also see, by the way, the figures for the ENIAC and ARTEMIS joint undertakings. And you see that we've been really increasing dramatically the total cost of all the projects that we've been running. And also the funding that has been given to all these projects. So yes, we did, with ECSEL quite a lot of good work. And maybe one of the things that I like to show here, are we European enough? Well, definitely. We're certainly not like EUREKA spread all over the world, although we do have participants from, the United States, from Brazil, also from Taiwan. But if you look at the Europe and the region around, we have participants from all the member states, nearly all the member states, and also from ECSEL participating states like Israel, Turkey, Switzerland, and Norway. You see that the coordinators are also, from those countries, obviously. Now, one thing I'd like to show you is this. If you compare that, per size of the population, you see that actually it is pretty even, though clearly two countries stand out, and that is Austria and Finland, who have much more beneficiaries per size of the population than the other countries. And that is a nice result, I think, and we will certainly look further into that and how we can improve also all the other countries. Now, as an organization, obviously, we've also been growing. We have more participants, as I said, so more members of the industry organizations that are supporting ECSEL. We have a larger PAB, Public Authority Board, because more countries decided to join as ECSEL participating states. We've been doing a whole bunch of events, and I'm not going to talk here about all the results of all the projects that has been, said sufficiently. And please visit, the exhibitions and all the posters of all the projects that are there. Like each year, I think this is an eye-opener, also with the demonstrators. It's an eye-opener. ECSEL has been producing so much in terms of new results. But obviously, that's not enough, and we can look a bit also, and here I'm briefly going to show you two elements. On the one hand, patents and publication. Where do we stand, patents and publication, in comparison, for example, to other programs? You see that I calculated here the number of patents per 10 million euro, the patents per 100 participants, the same for the publications. And you see that we're not doing too bad. Actually, we're pretty good in terms of patents compared to the other programs. We are also pretty good, though maybe not excellent in terms of the publications. And I believe that this is one of the strengths of ECSEL. Not only do we deliver results, we also measure well on what I would say the traditional KPIs of the program. One thing I should mention here, that is that right now, these figures are still a bit of a rag bag of all kinds of results, because you have here a mix of projects that started, projects that are nearly finished. So, the number of patents, the number of publications are very different from one place to the other. And that is something to remember. There is a huge spread. Some patents in ECSEL, some projects in ECSEL do not produce any patents or very little publications, while others do much better than. Averages are a bit treacherous there. Another interesting things are the reuse of the results. In Horizon 2020, every project has, or every proposal has to declare which results it is being reusing from other projects. Okay, and if you now just count, if you just count the number of projects that are being mentioned, you get an idea about how many results that are being used. Now, obviously, sometimes you use many results from one project, so projects are not necessarily the number of results, but here you see that per I would say provenance. You can use results from previous projects, from projects from other programs, etc. Now let's have there's a lot to learn from this graph, and again, one has to be a bit cautious with the assumptions and also the conclusions. But one thing that you see is, for example, that here you have in green the ENIAC and ARTEMIS results or projects that are being mentioned by the selected projects in the different calls of ECSEL, and you see that this goes down. You can calculate the kind of half-life of the project results, which is around 3 to 4 years. You can also see that, the call 2014, the results will really be used in and around the call 2017 and call 2018, for example. Okay, here in the call 2015, projects have been mentioning what they were going to do, what they were going to reuse from a call 2014, but it's really after 2-3 years that project results are uptaken in new projects and being really used. But the most important topic, the most important point to learn from this graph are these light blue bars. And focus on here, where I've been taking everything together, the different calls up to 2018. What you see is that actually this blue bar is from everything else outside of the European Union sphere, outside of the European programs, if you want. So these are projects that are coming from, for example, EUREKA, from national projects, from contract research, etc., etc. There are also a number of projects that are mentioned without being very clear under which program they've been running, and you see that that is around 50%. So the ECSEL projects are using around 50% of results and projects results from I would say projects outside of this sphere, and 50% of inside of the sphere. So we have to pay a lot of attention, I believe, also to whatever is being produced outside and facilitate that. And we heard this morning the EUREKA director telling us that also. So what will bring KDT joint undertaking? Definitely a whole bunch of new challenges, and as one usually says, also new opportunities. For one, it's a new program, and it's supposed to simplify, and there will be a lot of simplifications for sure. But there will also be new focus areas. There will definitely be much more attention to impact and results, etc. We will try to measure that much better and to steer the program in function of that. The call conditions will be different. The selection of the topics, for example, maybe the size of the project, etc. Everything is open for discussion, but there will be changes there. We heard this morning that, for example, there will be a focus on edge of the edge, on edge computing and artificial intelligence processes. We also heard it from Paco. SMEs are still, something that we'd like to see more in our program. Education has been mentioned this morning also as being very important, and maybe we should think about how to handle that better. Next to that, there will be new funding schemes and new payment modalities. For example, we might be organize the payment of the participants in different ways, not from two different streams, but everything from the same stream or whatever. There are thoughts, but this is still very much under discussion. We also not sure we have heard that today, but there is a new SRA, Strategic Research Agenda 2021, with a bunch of new topics and so a bunch of new things to do. And obviously, one has to focus on certain elements, but the SRA is in the end still the main building block to start projects on. Finally, there needs to be a general attention on the Green Deal, on digitalization. There is in this Efecs tomorrow a big discussion on the Green Deal tomorrow at 9. We've heard also this morning about the KDT for Green, for example, from Michael Weissmuller. And then finally, cooperation between the programs, something that Paco hinted at. Very important. We have our lighthouses. We have been, building on the lighthouses to create this type of cooperation between programs. There is a discussion. There are a couple of workshops tomorrow at 11:30 on that. We also heard about from our EUREKA colleagues about partnerships beyond European horizons. And as I indicated in my previous slide, this is probably also important. We not only need to make sure that there is a better cooperation between the programs of our cluster, for example, but we also need to create the opportunities to cooperate better with the programs outside. And I'm not only talking here about EUREKA, I'm also talking about the bilateral projects, the government-led projects, for example. And why not also look at contract research and other types of result generation? Now, the question that some of you might have is, what about the calls in 2021? And as Iris mentioned in the beginning, there is absolutely no decision on that yet. We at the office, together with the Public Authority Board and the Governing Board, we're looking at various possible scenarios. We're preparing for everything that is possible and imaginable, so that the moment that we get a go, we can start. But you will have to, look for that on our website and see when we will be able to launch calls for KDT. And with that, I would like to thank you all for this marvelous event that Efecs has been for the last years. And
Okay, thank you so much, Yves, and thanks a lot for your contribution as well, setting out that indeed the joint undertaking ECSEL delivers on its results. And what I really liked, that what you pointed out, you have a focus on patents, which is important, but also this part on the reuse of the results, that actually you share these results and the data also generated are then already implemented in other projects within EUREKA on the national level, within contract research. So there's a lot of crosslinks. And ladies and gentlemen, I think what's also nice in a way to know is that no decision yet has been taken on the KDT and the first calls for 2021. And Yves, you already referred to the strategic research and innovation agenda that we will discuss tomorrow as well. And I'm sure there's still ample of opportunity to give some input there. So ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next speaker, I'd like to point out two things to you. People were asking if the slides will be shared. Yes, they will be shared after the event. And also, I'd like to ask you, if you have any questions, please send them in the chat and we can take them on board after the final speaker has spoken. It is my great pleasure now to announce to you Peter Connock, who is the Penta director, and he has been working in the semiconductor industry for over 40 years with a wide range of responsibilities in development, customer service, marketing and management. And in his current role, he is responsible for the management of the EUREKA cluster Penta, which is a public-private partnership focused on catalyzing research, development and innovation in the micro and nano electronics enabled systems and application sector in Europe. And we're really looking forward to this novelty, I would say, Peter, because now you are going to launch this call for us. So I'm going to give the floor to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can be heard and seen.
Yes, copy
Jolly
that.
good. So I'm delighted to be here as the Penta director and on behalf of Rémi Renaudin, who's responsible for Euripides, to present the 2021 Euripides and Penta joint call. The first thing to note, and the only thing to note from this slide, is the important dates on the bottom right, the project outline submission on the 26th of February, and the full project proposal on the 28th of May. What are we trying to do with this joint call? Essentially, our job is to stimulate projects in the ECS, Electronic Components and Systems community. And as with other programs, we want to support the rapid development of the global digital economy, vital to all of us. Most importantly, we are open, and we want to be very open to all elements of that community. It's not reserved for anybody. If you're a large enterprise, if you're an SME, if you're a research and technology organization or an academic institution such as a university, this program is open to you. And with that, we try and do our absolute best to make it as flexible and easy to use as possible as a funding instrument, fully aligned to both industrial and funding country priorities as it has to be. And essentially, what are we trying to do is create impact. We want economic development, and we want our programs to help solve societal challenges through, of course, the medium of collaborative innovation. And so, we're here for all of you. We're here to enable the digital economy, and we're here to help you create international collaborative partnerships along the electronic components and systems value chain, with the intent of creating innovation and resulting impact and growth. We exist, as you've heard, in a landscape. The landscape is changing, but as you also heard, there is some also consistency to it as we move forward. In essence, there's a range on the left from national funding to on the right, the big strategic projects from what was Horizon 2020 and is developing into Horizon Europe. Whatever happens as this develops over time, EUREKA in general and the clusters in particular will form a unique but fully complementary component in this funding landscape. We are funded nationally and therefore we follow national direction, but nevertheless we are creating collaborative partnerships either through individual cluster programs, joint cluster programs such as we're running between Penta and Euripides. And a recent innovation is the introduction of cooperations with all or some of the other clusters in so-called intercluster challenge calls. A recent example of that has been on AI and was very successful. I think you're probably all familiar with clusters, but they are public-private partnerships. And in essence, Euripides and Penta have chosen to work together because we operate together in the electronic components and systems landscape, and we are complementary. Penta focuses on RD&I in micro and nanoelectronic enabled systems and applications, while Euripides on packaging and integration of micro devices and smart electronic systems. So you can see that by working together, we can, we believe, better stimulate innovation and impact in our community and create this societal and economic impact that we need. As Eve mentioned, the strategic research agenda is changing in 2021, and this call will follow the new strategic research and innovation agenda, a new word in the title. As before, it's created by an awful lot of experts in the field, sponsored by the three industrial associations, AENEAS, ARTEMIS-IA and EPoSS. And it has resulted in three main areas: foundational technology, cross-sectional technology, and application areas. And as an agenda, it will, as Eve mentioned, will drive KDT, is an input to other European programs, and of course drives our call, the Joint Euripides Penta call. I'm not going to go into it in any detail. It's complex, but it's a very, very healthy and hope reference document for you. Looking at the three areas, you can see foundational technology, you can see cross-sectional technologies and how they work together to create opportunities in the application areas above. The application areas are similar in name to the previous research agenda, strategic research agenda, but with the addition of agri-food and natural resources. I think we can all agree that's a pretty important element in our lives going forward. What is a typical Euripides Penta project? Well, it's what we call mid-size, 4 to 30 participants, with a minimum of 2, but sometimes up to 4 EUREKA member countries. Obviously, for Euripides and Penta, it operates in the ECS value chain, and the project sizes are between roughly 2 as a minimum, up to about 30 million, though we have had larger project sizes. Duration of a typical project is 3 years, doesn't have to be. Remember, we are in EUREKA, and EUREKA can be flexible to many different requirements, both industrial and public authority. You need to be aware that there is a new focus on sustainability. I think we can agree that that's pretty important for 2021 and beyond. And in the application, the project outline, you'll be asked to show how your submission is going to contribute towards the sustainability requirements of our planet. There are so many project areas, it's really too complex to go into, but we're pretty certain that if you're in the electronic components and systems chain, working with the technology that you're developing and looking at enabling applications, then you'll find a home in our environment. We work with a lot of countries. EUREKA, as you know, comprises some 44 or 45 countries. The ones that you see here are ones that we've had active engagements with, but all EUREKA countries could be open to your participation, but you need to go and talk to your national funding bodies. You need to go and talk to the public authorities and make sure that they're willing to support your application. EUREKA also allows participation from countries outside its network, as long as 2 EUREKA countries are already involved in the proposal. A very quick snapshot of Penta. Well, I have to say, we're not quite as big as ECSEL, with the ability to have stimulated over the last 4 years some 300 million of project costs. But we've had 19 funding countries involved, 41 active projects, and pretty high SME and research participation. Please note that those percentages there are funding. So the hardest, if you like, measure, the hardest KPI. If you want to measure by participation, 35%, 40% are numbers that we routinely see of these types of organizations in our programs. We really want every application that comes in to be as successful as possible. And you have to remember that you have 2 audiences when you make an application. You have our technical experts who are really going to look at that project and say, is this a viable project? Is it really pushing the state of the art? Does the consortium work together well? And though it's risky, are we going to have a chance of a really good output? So they're going to look at the overall project and critique it, give feedback on that, and try and help you make it as good as possible in the full project proposal stage. At the same time, of course, the national authorities will be looking at your project, but they will have more of a national focus. Of course, they'll look at the overall project, but they will also look at the return on investment in their individual countries. And so as you submit a proposal, make sure you think of those 2 complementary but different audiences. Then in terms of the details, I'm not going to go through a lot, but please make sure that your problem statement is clear. We need to know what you want to do. Please make sure that you show that you're pushing the state of the art. You're changing from where we are now and creating something new and unique. We need to make sure that all your partners have value in your ecosystem, in the consortium that you're creating, that they complement each other as you achieve your ambitious goals. And absolutely, we want to see the potential of impact. Who's going to commercialize the solution? But it's not just commercial. I already mentioned societal impact, but there's other impact as well. Think of a university that can teach a new course thanks to your work and educate the next generation of engineers. I've already mentioned the need to meet national criteria. Please go and talk to your national funding body now, right at the beginning of your application, and get their help and get their guidance, and then show how that they will benefit from the work that you do. Sustainability, I've referred to, it's of course important, and we believe that every project that we sponsor should move us forward in that direction. And of course, be ambitious. These programs are designed to address risks. They're not designed to be engineering programs. They're designed to do something that hasn't been done before. So we want you to be ambitious, but we also need to make sure that the risks are understood. So how to develop your proposal? You're here at Efecs, which is great. 900 odd people are here at Efecs, which is even greater. Well, when I say here, up in a cloud somewhere together, which is not the same as quite being here together, but at least we'll make the best of it in this environment. Go and visit the posters, attend the sessions on project ideas, visit booths to get ideas, and of course, come and talk to us at EUREKA and at Penta to get further information on the programs. Go and talk to your national public authorities. I repeat it again, it's so important because Only in that way will you have a good chance of funding by the end of the process. And there is a tool called the ECS collaboration tool. If you submitted a poster or a pitch, you used it as part of this program. It is a networking tool to help you form consortia, build up projects, meet partners, look for projects, leave messages, use it. It's free, it's online, and meet as many people as you can in that environment. Finally, there will be, as there was last year, an ECS brokerage event in January of next year. There will again be posters. There will again be information on funding. We hope to have some briefing sessions, for example, on how to submit a good project. And of course, there will be an opportunity for pitches. So do take advantage of that if you want us to round out your consortium and make sure you're ready for the project submission. So with that, a reminder that that project submission date is the 26th of February. We really look forward to welcoming your projects into this call. We believe we can give you a pretty special service in terms of the type of projects that we encourage, and we very much look forward to working with you in getting those projects in. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you.
Pete, also for your presentation, and also for setting out so clearly how to submit a successful application and how to further develop your proposal. And I think everyone who's interested, and I'm sure everyone is interested, have noted those dates in the agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 10 minutes left for a short Q&A, and some questions already came into the chat, also related to the budget, but I've heard that Paco has been very active already, typing and answering those questions. His colleagues have helped out as well. Another question that came in is also related to deadlines, dates, perhaps for Yves and for Paco. Do you already have an idea when the KDT, well, the first KDT call will be published in 2021? Will that be at the beginning, middle, at the end?
Yeah. I think, hi, thanks Charlotte, and thanks for the seen a number of questions on the chat. That is an important one. I kind of touched on that on my presentation. We have a meeting last week with the legal service because the Commission is now in the process to have the adoption of the new joint undertakings. This is a process that we are confident will happen still within the German presidency this year. But then, as you know, the next step in the process is the approval of the Council. That means the member states should get together and agree on the proposed joint undertakings on all aspects, in terms of the operation, in terms of the objectives, in terms of the financing. This is a process which is not certainly in our control. I'm talking from the Commission point of view, but based on experience from past similar situations, we were confident that this process can happen in the first half of the year. So in a way that we could have a legal basis, a council regulation in place before summer break. That will allow us, with maybe certain kind of expedited processes, to make a call for proposals and launch project next year. Now, at the meeting I'm referring last week, in the planning, we have that the council regulation might be ready after summer break. And this puts a concern on us and all JUs, because then the time pressure is going to be significant. So we are working together and trying to see to which extent we can have this decision approved by the council before summer break, because that will allow us to launch calls and to have launch in a I would say in a way which is kind of sound and stable. Okay.
Exactly.
So I just sharing with you very openly what is the situation. But again, we are working in making sure, as I mentioned in my presentation, that there's no gap between ECSEL and KDT, and by extension by the rest of the joint undertakings.
I think that is very reassuring indeed for the audience, that there won't be a gap, because what we discussed also this morning is that this sense of speed is very important, and that we need to keep up our investments. So thanks for that, and we cross our fingers. I would say that at least before the summer break, there will be the first call launched for KDT. So thanks for that. Perhaps a question also to Peter. I think you used a very nice slide. giving a kind of an overview of where you position Penta, Euripides as compared to also ECSEL and the EU level, the European Commission Horizon Europe funding programs. My question to you is, if I would be a newcomer to the EU calls, the EU funding programs, where should I start? When to apply to Horizon, when to apply to ECSEL, when to apply to EUREKA? Or would you say, well, people make up some time, free up some time and apply to all those calls that you would be interested in?
Applying to all could be quite hard work.
Exactly.
I think many people go through a fairly natural journey if we consider small companies, because these are the people we're trying to bring into these programs, grow, help to expand, hopefully get a few unicorns out of them, and so on and so forth. There's a sort of natural progression where first they're working with their national funding authorities and hopefully receiving national funding. Then once they want to develop beyond that, international collaboration becomes an important component in your development. Gaining more knowledge, access to other complementary technologies, and of course markets as well. Eurostars in EUREKA, which bring perhaps two small organizations together in a short, fairly low cost program to develop a new technology. And you learn from that. And the Commission has similar programs in that area. Now, then things change a little bit at the next step when you want to form a partnership with a larger group of people. In many cases, your first step, again as a small organization, will be to join a consortia that's led by a larger company. And larger companies lead consortia in the current ECSEL environment, of course in KDT, and they do in the EUREKA environment as well. So then I think you need to do a little bit of research. Look at EUREKA, look at the Commission programs. The Commission programs, or at least the ECSEL programs, tend to be, but again, that can give you access to a broader group of participants, which may help you. In the EUREKA area, they tend to be a little bit smaller, as I mentioned in my presentation. And that may suit you in your first stages of development, perhaps before entering a big strategic Commission program. So be guided by your national funding authority, do a little bit of research, and then you find in the offices, the EUREKA offices, certainly like Euripides and Penta, the ECSEL offices like with E, you find help. You find guidance, and you can perhaps learn from that before you make your decision. There are also call cycles which may suit what you want to do. So there are a lot of factors, but don't apply for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a nightmare.
So if you're a newcomer, you would really suggest to first perhaps start more on the national level, start playing your step up to the Champions League and the World Cup.
But go international, because you know the European Union is a sort of international environment. But
Exactly.
Go international, develop your contacts, because that is the way you're going to expand.
Exactly. Thanks a lot. And then a final question, I think, to Yves, because time is already almost up. Well, I'm happy to know from you. I mean, many of the ECSEL calls right now, they have a project outline deadline and then the full proposal deadline. Will you work with the same kind of deadlines for KDT?
Yeah, probably will. In that the project outline is in fact a first step also for the national authorities that support us, seeing what kind of projects that are coming on, also preparing a budget for those, etc., etc. So I think it's important to have this, but we might, for example, reduce the size of the project outline. We might do all kinds of things along this road, of course. So yeah, I believe that still will be
the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that still will be the case. And a question related to that is that, Yves, you quickly mentioned also that call conditions for KDT might be different. What are you thinking of when you compare it to ECSEL?
Well, at this moment, for example, funding rate, the way that we do payments, maybe even some of the evaluation criteria or the precisions that we make, everything, thresholds, you name it, basically. Yeah.
Okay, very clear. And then final question to Paco. When we talk about also the proposals under Horizon Europe, are you also applying two-stage proposals, or does it really depend on the call itself?
Okay. When we are talking about Horizon Europe, the way is, sorry, there's some noise. The way the plan is being put together is by, as I mentioned, part of it being implemented through partnerships, part of it will be implemented in open work program calls. So this is kind of two parallel tracks that we are following. The one you're more interested in the KDT, and on the work program, we have a number of topics which are under discussion. It's my presentation that you're going to get, and we will see that the topics which are there are topics which is absolutely relevant to the electronic and compliance system community. So have a look in there. If still any question, you have my email address there, so don't hesitate to contact. But again, we're in the process. We are still at the draft level, and we're in the process of discussing with member state and industry the full scope and the full topics priorities. Okay.
Exactly.
So can I have just 1 minute? I don't know. Still, Charlotte. We didn't talk about KDT much in the presentation.
We can try, Paco, because the next session will really start at 3 o'clock sharply. But if you could make that contribution in the chat, perhaps as an alternative, that would be wonderful, because I'm sure the audience would like to take that on board as well. So Peter, Yves, Paco, thanks so much for your contribution and outlining the plans. And I do hope for you that a lot of people in the audience today and tomorrow will apply, and that you will have lots of work to do within your offices together with your staff. So thanks once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the first part of Efecs today. And now there is an opportunity for you to listen to a couple of intro pitches. And this is part of a so-called pre-brokerage session, because the real brokerage session will also take place in January, but more will come to that tomorrow for sure. So I think the project video will now be run. Thanks once again, and we see each other tomorrow.